एक मौका है। एक मौका है। एक मौका है। एक मौका है।
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Hello.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes. Anita, good morning.
Good morning, Manimegale.
Sir, ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರಪ್ಪ ಜಾಯಿನ್ பண்றேனாருங்க
हेलो
Hello, sir. Kishore Jadhav.
Okay. Ma'am, shall I start, ma'am?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಾರ್ has come. ಸಾರ್ ಗಾಯತ್ರಿ ಸಾರ್ வந்துட்டாரா?
இன்னும் 5 minutes ಜಾಯಿನ್ பண்றேனாருங்க மேம் பேசிட்டேனா சார் கிட்ட
சந்தனா சந்தனா
எஸ் மேம்
பொன்முருகன் சார் வரட்ட ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம்.
ஓகே மேம்
ഹലോ എല്ലാം പട നാളെ
एक मौका है।
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Hello.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes. Anita, good morning.
Good morning, Manimegale.
Sir, ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರಪ್ಪ ಜಾಯಿನ್ பண்றேனாருங்க
हेलो
very warm good morning
Kishore
before the commencement of the schedule for today's program. On the first day of the 6 days online training program on environmental sustainability and research ethics. We'll be having ma'am, shall I start, ma'am? Afternoon we'll have 2 sessions
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಾರ್
and then we'll halt for lunch and then
ಗಾಯತ್ರಿ
we'll
ಸಾರ್ வந்துட்டாರಾ?
have 2 sessions.
இன்னும் 5 minutes ಜಾಯಿನ್ பண்றேனாருங்க மேம் பேசிட்டேனா சார்
Dr.
கிட்ட
K. Ponmurugan sir who will be addressing on the topic
Sandhana?
yes ma'am and filing
Ponmurugan
the
sir
procedures in
ஒரு 5
India and
நிமிஷம்.
abroad. Second session will be by Dr. Sudha Ramalingam
Okay,
ma'am who will be expounding us on the basics of research ethics. Third resource person will be Dr. Subhashni K. Shripati ma'am who will be explicating us on the topic of patents and copyrights. Fourth session will be by Mrs. J. Geeta ma'am who will be annotating us on plagiarism checking in research. Shortly, we'll be commencing with the inaugural session. Thank you.
ഹലോ എല്ലാം പട നാളെ
एक मौका है।
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Hello.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Anita, good morning.
Good morning, Manimegale.
ஜாயின் பண்றேனாருங்கம்மா.
Hello.
Very warm good morning.
Vishal,
Schedule on the first day of 6 days online training program, environmental sustainability and research ethics. We'll be having. Ma'am, shall I start, ma'am? We'll have 2 sessions,
Sir
and
has
then the
come,
hall
sir.
for lunch, and
Gayatri,
then
sir வந்துட்டாரா?
2 sessions.
இன்னும் 5 minutes ஜாயின் பண்றேனாருங்கம்மா. பேசிக்கலாம் சார்.
Dr. Sandhana will be addressing on the topic.
Sandhana?
Yes, ma'am. And
One
foreign
minute,
student
just
presence in
one
India and
minute.
abroad. Second session will be by Dr. Sudha Ramalingam,
Okay, ma'am.
who will be expounding us on the basics of research ethics. Third resource person will be Dr. Subhashni K. Shripati, ma'am, who will be explicating us on the topic of patents and copyrights. Fourth session will be by Mrs. J. Geeta, ma'am, who will be annotating us on plagiarism checking in research. Shortly, we'll be commencing with the inaugural session. Thank you.
Hello. എല്ലാം പറ നാളെ മുമ്പ്
माता नमो शारदे माता. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shweta. It was divine. A smile is the universal welcome. Now, I would like to request Dr. Anita Subhash Ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of Biochemistry, Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, Avinashilingam Institute, to welcome the gathering.
Respected Chief Guest Dr. P. Murugan from Bharatiyar University, UGC Stride Project Coordinator Dr. K. Manimuri, Advisor Dr. A. Vijayalakshmi, Dean Research and Consultancy, Dr. A. Lalita, Assistant Dean Sponsored Projects, Dr. Kalaiselvi Senthil, Dean Sponsored Project, all the resource persons, conveners Dr. K. Manimegalai and Mrs. A. Umadevi, organizing secretaries Dr. G. Maheshwari, Dr. P. Karthika, Dr. M. K. Nisha, Dr. V. Gayatri, Dr. S. T. Yamuna, Dr. C.C.S. Vasundhara and Mrs. Ashwini, faculty members and research scholars from various schools. A pleasant morning to each one of you. With the guidance and support of our chief patrons, Dr. T.S.K. Meenakshi Sundaram, Managing Trustee, and Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, Chancellor, patrons Dr. V. Bharati Harishankar, Vice Chancellor, and Dr. S. Kausalya, Registrar, I am happy to deliver the welcome address at this inaugural session of the 6-day UGC Stride sponsored online training program on environmental sustainability and research ethics commencing from today till the 26th of this month, organized by the School of Biosciences. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to the chief guest of this inaugural session, Dr. P. Ponmurugan, from the Department of Botany, Bharatiyar University, for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest and resource person for this program. Welcome to you, sir. Next, I heartily welcome Dr. K. Manimuri, Professor and Controller of Examinations, who is the UGC Stride Project Coordinator. In spite of her busy work schedule, she has been guiding us at every step, right from the planning of the training program to its implementation. Welcome to you, madam. Next, I take pleasure in welcoming Dr. A. Vijayalakshmi, Dean School of Biosciences and Professor and Head Department of Botany, the advisor of this training program, who, as usual, has been quietly and patiently supporting us and giving her suggestions to improvise the program. A warm welcome to you, madam. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. A. Lalita, Dean Research and Consultancy, a symbol of hard work, for giving us advice related to this program and also for always ensuring that we develop high quality research culture in this institution. Welcome to our Miss Dr. Lalita. A word of welcome goes to Dr. Kalaiselvi Senthil, Associate Professor and Assistant Dean Sponsored Projects, for support in all our endeavors. We have 24 prominent resource persons who would be addressing us over the following 6 days. I don't know whether all of them are present now for this inaugural session. However, I welcome each and every one of our speakers wholeheartedly, and all of us are eagerly looking forward to your lectures. I think the speakers for this morning session will be present. So a special welcome to the speakers of this morning session, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam from PSG IMSR. She is also the chairperson of our institutional human ethical committee, and Dr. Subhashni K. Sripati and Mrs. J. Geeta from Avinashilingam University. Next, I am glad to welcome Dr. K. Manimegalai, Professor and Head, Department of Botany, and one of the conveners of this training program. She has put in a lot of efforts with enthusiasm to make this event happen. A hearty welcome also goes to Mrs. A. Umadevi, Head in Charge, Department of Physician Assistant, another convener, for extending her full support towards the arrangements. The heart of any event, especially scientific events, lies in the organizing secretaries. We have 7 of them who have tirelessly worked round the clock seeing to the major as well as the minor aspects of the program in order to arrive at the final schedule. So a big welcome goes to the organizing secretaries of this training program, Dr. G. Maheshwari and Dr. P. Karthika, assistant professors from the Department of Zoology, Dr. M.K. Nisha and Dr. V. Gayatri, assistant professors from the Department of Botany, Dr. S.T. Yamuna and Dr. C.C.S. Vasundara, assistant professors from the Department of Biochemistry, Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, and Mrs. Ashwini, assistant professor from the Department of Physician Assistant. Finally, I extend a hearty welcome to the participants of the 6-day program, both faculty, research scholars and a section of students, without whose participation this event would not be a success. Welcome one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my privilege to invite Dr. A. Vijayalakshmi, Professor and Head, Department of Botany, Dean, School of Biosciences, Avinashilingam Institute to greet the gathering.
Ma'am, no sound, ma'am. No, sir.
Ma'am, kindly unmute your audio, ma'am.
Okay. Honorable Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Controller, who is the coordinator of the STRIDE program, Deans, Assistant Deans, all the chief guests of the STRIDE program, and today
of various departments, faculty members. First of all, I thank all of you for giving me an opportunity to attend this inaugural function. I hope this program will be of more useful for the members of faculty and other staff members in terms of maintaining environment sustainability and also research ethics. So there is no doubt that this particular program is arranged by Avinash University in a grand manner. So I wish this program will be all the best and be a grand success one. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for this program. Shall I start by presentation directly, madam?
So one minute.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. When you start each day with a grateful heart, light illuminates from within. With equal pleasure, I humbly request Dr. K. Manimeghale ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of Zoology, Avinashilingam Institute, to deliver the oath of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. I feel honored and privileged having an opportunity to offer a vote of thanks on this inaugural day of our 6 days online training program on environmental sustainability and research ethics. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Manimuri, Professor, Department of Resource Management, and the project coordinator of the UGC STRIDE Component 1 for giving us this opportunity to organize this event. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us such an opportunity. I wholeheartedly thank all the higher authorities of our institution for supporting and encouraging us in all our academic endeavors. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. A. Vijayalakshmi, Professor and Head, the Department of Botany, and Dean, School of Biosciences, for always encouraging us, providing opportunities to organize such events. I thank Dr. Ponmurugan, Associate Professor, Department of Botany, Bharatiyar University, for delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir. I would like to express my special gratitude to all esteemed delegates who accepted our invitation for these 6 days to enlighten all of us with their informative insight. I am grateful to thank all the faculty participants, scholars, and students from various institutions and our institution for participating in the training program and making it as a successful event. I also wish to express my gratitude to all the hardworking and dedicated faculty members of the Department of Botany, Zoology, Biochemistry, Biotechnology, Bioinformatics, and Physician Assistant for the constant work all the time. Once again, I thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Empower yourselves with a good education. Then get out there and use that education to build a country worthy of your boundless promise. If you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. With this, let's start the first session of our 6-day online training program on environmental sustainability and research ethics. I would like to call upon Ms. C.V. Preetika to introduce our resource person for the first session, Dr. P. Ponmurugan sir, who will be addressing us on the topic patent drafting and filing procedures in India and abroad.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you to the awesome 6 days online training program on environmental sustainability and research ethics. I find immense pleasure in introducing our resource person for session 1, Dr. P. Ponmurugan sir, Associate Professor, Department of Botany, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. He is an ideal person involved in teaching and research for the last 20 plus years. Sir published over 180 research papers in national and international journals and filed 12 patents in India, 2 in UK and 4 in the USA on various inventions in plant and animal biotechnological studies. He has 2 copyrights and authored 27 textbooks related to botany and biotechnology. Sir authored for 7 books written in Tamil language. He submitted around 27 DNA sequences at NCBI Gene Bank, Maryland, USA to his credits. 2 technologies were transferred to industries for commercialization. For the last 20 plus years, is secretary Sir published over 180 research papers in national and international journals and filed 12 patents in India, 2 in UK and 4 in the USA on various inventions in plant and animal fellow of National Academy of Biological Sciences, Indian Society for 27 textbooks and related to botany and biotechnology. Sir authored for 27 books written in Tamil and 31 with he submitted around 27 DNA sequences at NCBI as a major to provide USA to his credit, collected, isolated and identified as industries for commercialization for the last 20 plus years. Sir published over 180 research papers in national and international journals and filed 12 patents in India, 2 in UK and 4 in the USA for various inventions in plant and animal fellow of National Academy of Biological Sciences, Indian Society for 27 textbooks and related to botany and biotechnology. Korea, Sir authored for 27 books written in Tamil and 31 and submitted around 27 papers as NCBI as a major to provide USA to his credit and collected, isolated and identified as industries for the last 20 years. Sir published over 180 research papers in national and international journals and filed 12 patents in India, 2 in UK and 4 in the USA for various inventions in plant and animal fellow of National Academy of Biological Sciences, Indian Society for 27 textbooks and related to botany and biotechnology. Korea, Sir authored for 27 books written in Tamil and 31 and submitted around 27 papers as NCBI as a major to provide USA to his credit and collected, isolated and identified as industries for the last 20 years. Sir published over 180 research papers in national and international journals and filed 12 patents in India, 2 in UK and 4 in the USA for various inventions in plant and animal fellow of National Academy of Biological Sciences, Indian Society for 27 textbooks and related to botany and biotechnology. Sir authored for 27 books written in Tamil and 31 and submitted around 27 papers as NCBI as a major to provide USA to his credit and collected, isolated and identified as industries for the last 20 years. Sir published over 180 research papers in national and international journals and filed 12 patents in India, 2 in UK and 4 in the USA for various inventions in plant and animal fellow of National Academy of Biological Sciences, Indian Society for 27 textbooks and related to botany and biotechnology. Sir authored for
organizations, are you taking any effort? We can enjoy the monopoly of the a particular invention or discovery. It's the overall idea of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. So overall idea of IPR. So this is the overall view of definition of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, IPR is the overall view of so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. So overall idea of IPR. So this is the overall view of definition of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, IPR is the overall view of so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. So overall idea of IPR. This is the overall view of definition of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, IPR is the overall view of so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. So overall idea of IPR. This is the overall view of definition of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, IPR is the overall view of so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. So overall idea of IPR. This is the overall view of definition of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, IPR is the overall view of so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. So overall idea of IPR. This is the overall view of definition of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, IPR is the overall view of so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. So overall idea of IPR. This is the overall view of definition of IPR. Then, if you are having any process or product, IPR is the overall view of so that can enjoy the monopoly of the particular invention or legal ownership. Then if you have any reinvention and new discovery, so that can be protected by means of legal advice, by means of registering your invention in the IPR office. But there are some limitations. The number one is your invention should be new to the world. Number one. Number two, your invention should have some sort of social relevance, useful to the society. And suppose you are doing some sort of you are doing small research that are not having any such relevance, the company will not come forward to purchase. So whatever you are going to have, the reinvention that should have a social relevance. Then property types. There are different types of property types. Land is a property types coming under patent or ownership. Then buildings, then car, bike, jewelry, clothing material, and at the time of marriage, we are exchanging the rings, marriage rings or chain. It's a type of ownership, legal ownership. And government is having some sort of ownership, like railroad, toll gate, airport, everything. And in the case of intellectual, patents, copyright, trademark, trade secret, all are coming under ownership of the particular legal inventions. What are major differences between publication and patent? There are some differences between publication and copyright, trademark. The publication are coming under after completing our work, we should be published in a. What are major differences between publication and patent? There are some differences between patent, copyright, trademark. The publication have any idea after completing our work, we should be published, protected. Legally. What are major differences between publications? There are some differences between patent, copyright, trademark. The publication have any idea after completing our paper, we should be published, protected. Legally. What are major differences between patent, publications by means of selling our intelligence to some company? In publication, we can write whatever we want, that may be vague. But patent, we can't write vague. It should be very clear, crystal clear, writing in the patent part, patent writing part. I have given two examples in the bottom. Number one, yesterday I went to Madurai to sell my house along with my wife. Yesterday I went to Madurai, right? For what? To share my house along with my wife. That means I'm going to share my house along with my wife. How it should be? Yesterday I went to Madurai along with my wife. For what? To share my house. So if you write like this, the patent office will come or company will come, they will come both house and wife. So we have to write very clearly in patent writing forms. Second example, people are writing marital status in biodata, resume. How they are writing now? Married with 2 children. So married with 2 children is a criminal offense, right? So you should be married having 2 children, right? So we have to write very clearly at the time of writing patent. So these are the important examples or differences between publications and patents. Then what are the major differences between invention and discovery? Inventions are new to the world. Discoveries are existing in the world. Mountains are existing, oceans are existing, seas are existing, plants are existing in the world. So discovery in the sense, all are created by the God, not created by the human beings. Right? But inventions, so new to knowledge, new to the world. The new result, what we got, new process in the world. Einstein, Thomas Alva Edison, Michael Faraday, all are invented. Bulb, electrical energy, then mobile phone, then everything, covering all sectors, like starting from electrical, electronics, mechanical engineering, information technology, civil engineering, aeronautical engineering, automobile engineering, then science, everything, all are coming under due to science. But discovery already existing. For example, law of motion. The apple is fall down from the earth, from the tree to earth. It's a law of motion, law of thermodynamics. So these are all coming under discovery. So what I'm going to tell you that only invention can be patented. Discovery cannot be patented. But nevertheless, there are some discoveries that can be patented. The patented invention, the Cipla company, number one company, having a lot of patents. They are having more than 5,000 companies. And in India, it's known for process patent rather than product patent. So have any new process, how we are going to manufacture drug molecules, how we are going to manufacture any medicine or any other items, any kind of process can be patented in India. But product, we can go for product only UK, US, Japan, Sweden, China. These countries are known for product patent because India is not product because they are not having that much facility in India. And now patents, if you have any patent, we can enjoy the monopoly, we can enjoy the benefit. A 20 years period. After that, we have to disclose to the public. So everyone can use our patents after 20 years of grant of patent. And in the case of patent, so we are the inventor or assignee, we are the researcher. At the time of doing research, we are going to find out new innovations. And whatever you are having innovation, that should be written in a legal document. Very clearly, the document should have production part, the technology part, then materials part, the materials part we use result. Result will be presented in the tables, graph, photos, anything which is very clearly written. And what are the reference we referred? That should be written in the writing document. After writing document, the application form should be submitted to IPR office. Then IPR office will scrutinize your application form whether you are having new innovations or not. The IPR office will allot some expertise. Then they will scrutinize your application form. Then they will after that they will call for some IOMS examination or patent clarifications, either online or face-to-face mode. So after clearing all doubts, whatever the questions that are arised by the patent office, clear enough to do the answer. Then after that, they will grant the patent. Then we can enjoy the patent for 20 years. After that, whatever we have findings, that should be disclosed in the public. The public should use our own findings later on. So we can enjoy the monopoly for a period of 20 years. Meanwhile, we can sell our entire patent to some company. We can get royalty from a company. Now, the inventor and the company, in between, the government is playing important role. The government is helping us share our marks. Okay. If you are approaching government directly, we will be disappointed or we are cheated. So the government is playing important role in between two. Okay. And the field of invention. So field of invention that occur from safety field to satellite. Any field can do research. Start from electrical, electronics, communication, biotechnology, nanotechnology, Ayurveda, Siddha, mechanical engineering, any field. Starting from field to pin to satellite, safety pin to satellite. And a lot of patent laws are there, and all the patent laws are framed by Indian government. Each and every government, they are having their own patent laws. People are following, governments are following. But India, we are having our own patent law. We are the primitive in terms of patents. And patentability. So what are the items can be patented? Patented, for example, any process can be patented. I think one person is creating someone can inform to him.
Shadar sir, kindly mute your mic, sir.
It's a different person or same person, madam?
Same person, sir.
You can make a phone call, no? You can make a
Yes,
phone call,
sir.
otherwise you can remove that person from the list.
Sir, that we are trying.
Because
One second,
creating a
sir.
problem.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry. 1 second, sir.
Okay, so coordinators, please take care of these kind of things. Some people are creating problem over online mode. Okay, so what are the patentability? So what type of things or process or machines can be patented? So anything can be patented, only invention, but discoveries cannot be patented. And for example, there are some items cannot be patented. Any living organisms cannot be patented. Living organisms like any plants cannot be patented. Animals cannot be patented. Microbes cannot be patented. Any Western cards, Eastern cards, then sea, ocean, everything cannot be patented. And scientific principles cannot be patented. And similarly, any games, playful games, either cricket or kabaddi or football or volleyball, any cannot be patented. And medical treatment items, treatments used for cancer cannot be patented. And duplication of some devices, modifying some devices, duplication of devices cannot be patented. And agriculture and horticulture practices cannot be patented because that should be made available to all the farmers, agriculture farmers. So any method of agriculture or horticulture cannot be patented. The inventions relating to atomic energy cannot be patented. Uptake of gold, silver, or any other minerals from the earth cannot be patented. So these are the important items are coming under non-patentable inventions or items. And what are the conditions for patentability? Conditions, if you take, invention should be reproducibility. Whatever you are going to invent something, that should have reliability, reproducibility. Okay, so anyone should follow easily. So tough work, tough invention can be converted into simple form so that everyone can follow the process. Novelty, very important. And so all the new innovations or new discoveries should have novelty, should have social relevance. So what can be patented or claimed in India? Any process of scientific information can be claimed in India. And any inventions, not discoveries. Then diagnostic tests, blood test methods, any methods can be claimed in India. Similarly, research tools, any techniques can be patented, claimed in India. Similarly, for gene therapy, gene discoveries, gene isolation, standardization, characterization, all the techniques can be, therapy related techniques can be patented. Then therapeutic proteins, enzymes can be patented. Similarly, sensors can be patented. If you are having any therapeutic protein or enzyme used for vaccine purpose, vaccine candidate purpose, that can be patented. Then bioinformatics databases, DNA sequence, RNA sequence, protein sequence, that can be patented. Pharmaceutical drugs, including vaccine candidate, that can be patented. Then recombinant products, recombinant animals, recombinant plants can be patented, but animals, plants cannot be patented. But recombinant one, no, that can be patented. Sorry to say that India does not have any patents for rasam, sambar, vada and all. So Tamil Nadu people are famous for preparing rasam, sambar and vada, but they are not having any patent. Similarly, India does not have patents for any neem product and turmeric product. So neem and turmeric, plants are cultivated in India. India is a motherland for cultivation of neem and turmeric product, but they are not having even a single patent. So all the patents held by Japanese people and the Chinese people. So we are not aware of writing patent, holding patent. And patent and trademark office. Patent and trademark Gindi. Close scenario patents, the Monsanto company is the number one company. The company is having a lot of patents, like Cipla company. The Cipla company is having patents related to medical items, medical drug molecules. But Monsanto, the company is having a lot of patents related to agrochemicals, biopesticide, biofungicide, bioweedicide, any kind of agrochemicals, including fertilizer, all fertilizer items. And Monsanto company is known for synthetic seeds. Lot of viable seeds are being sold by the company. So we can purchase the seeds, we can produce a new crop variety. The crop variety can produce high yielding plants, drought resistant, flood resistant, freeze frost resistant, any crop varieties that can be developed by purchasing seeds from Monsanto company. The company is located in USA, very famous company. I think people are knowing. Indian Patent Act, if you look at, we are the primitive in the world. We are the pioneer for other countries, but we are not having that much patents. We have a lot of laws, bylaws, starting from 1856. And 1859 we modified. 1872, Patents and Design Product Act was passed. The bills was passed. 1883, 88 also, a lot of bills were passed regarding the Patent Act. For 1911, Indian Patent Designs Act was passed. 1972, we have a lot of patent acts related to design, process, machinery items, biotechnology items, nanotechnology items, everything. The bill was passed in 20th April 1972. In 1999, we have some force. Whatever you are going to have some new innovations. All the innovations should be so converted into business model, and the entire the law bylaws are changed in the year 1999. 2002, 2015 also we have a lot of amendments, and all the amendments are made and came into existence to file patents. The decisions of IPR, Basically, divided into two types: intellectual property (IPR) and copyright. Intellectual property are classified into four types, such as inventions, trademark, industrial design, and geographic indicator of source, everything. Copyright will be classified into two types, such as literacy work, writing novels, poem, film, musical work, everything. And another one, artistic works like drawing, painting, photograph, sculptures, architecture, design, all are coming under copyright. So these are the classification of IPR, basically classified into two types. And and patents in biotechnology, the famous biotechnology, nanotechnology, as far as India is concerned, and even 1980, the Gohan Boyer, that fellow is filed patent in recombinant DNA. So we have a DNA, the DNA is converted into some forms, other forms, replicated forms. Those DNA are called as recombinant DNA. So here, that fellow is filed patent in 1980. 1984, lawyer Bent, he filed a patent for animal cell line culture. You can culture animal cell lines under laboratory condition. You can test if have any kind of molecule against cancer cells. So, lawyer Bent has patent. 1986, Mayer, genetically modified engineered corns are produced. This person. Similarly, untold, the mouse model was developed. Cancer mouse model by Harvard Oncold in the year 1988. So a lot of patents are there. Recently, we have seen a lot of colorful flowers produced by recent technology needs patent. If you take the cell phones, you can see a lot of circuits. All the circuits are having some sort of patents. Each and every cell phone is having 2,500 patents. If you purchase a cell phone worth of 10,000 rupees, the manufacturing cost is somewhere coming around 500 to 1,000 rupees only. And the rest now, the money is going to the patent holders. See here, one single cell phone is having 2,500 patents. Similarly, for car, now automatic cars are coming. Automatic gear, clutch, all things are there. Then automatic window. So it gets more than 3,000 patents. Each and every car. Recently, a lot of cars are coming, right? High-end car models are coming. All the cars are having a lot of patents. Industrial design, if you take bold, then cycle, bike, all things are having a lot of patents. The classification of design in classes, there are several classes as far as patent is concerned. The class 6 is dealing with furniture. If you are doing any kind of research in furniture, model, design, everything, coming under class 6. The class 7, household goods like fridge, AC machine, fan, light, everything, CFL light, then LED bulbs, all are coming under class 7. The class 9, packages and containers. Then class 10, watches and clocks. Class 12, means of transportation, any kind of transportation, including aircraft, buses, porcelain, all are coming under means of transportation. Then class 23, the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, exhaust fan, all are coming under class 23. So I have given some examples dealing with the different classes. Industrial design, see here, lot of circuits, models are there. Trademark, if you take trademark, by seeing the letters or any design, like a trademark. The KFC chicken, that owner of the people given in KFC. Google, see here, GOOGLE, different letters, different colors. Then iPhone, that Apple iPhone, see here, the Coca-Cola company. Similarly, trademark, something will be there. Then trade secret. If you drink Sprite, 7-Up, Coca-Cola, Mirinda, Pepsi, and all, trade secret. We don't know the formulations. Secrets. Only the company is maintaining the secrets. It's called trade secret. Copyright. If you're writing any book, any novel, poems, we can have our own copyright. I have 27 books. All the books I am maintaining my own copyright. So I signed copyright with the company, the publisher. The publisher will print and they will sell across the world. But the copyright, only I am holding. Some copyright other than writing books, literacy items, musical. If you are very good in music, if you are very good in writing poem or novel, even WhatsApp message, every day we are getting some greeting message, good morning, good evening, good night, all the greeting messages, even including Happy New Year message, the birthday wishes, we can keep some sort of copyright for each and every message. But Indian people are not aware of keeping or writing copyright. Copyright in cinema, so all cinema titles are coming under copyright. The musics are coming under copyright. But punch dialogue, we can't go for we can't go for copyright. Rajinikanth film one Pasha படம் அதில் சொல்லுவார் ஒரு தடவை சொன்ன 100 தடவை சொன்னது மாதிரி பாரு. So the punch dialogue cannot be patented, cannot be held under copyright mode. Then accents, dance, by actors and actresses cannot be patented. But cinema, the songs can be patented. And TM and SM, trademark, service mark and trademark. TM means trademark, SM means service mark. And R means registered. VAT University, that VAT, the top you can see R symbol, it's called registered. So VAT means Vellu Institute of Technology. Suppose I want to start one university, Velmurugan Institute of Technology or Velammal Institute of Technology. I can't use VAT term, that word. So VAT means Vellu Institute of Technology. So no one can use the word VAT because the VAT is registered by that university. And some Indian geographical indications, the Basmati rice, Darjeeling rice, Alfonso mango, Nagpur orange, then Marudamalli, Yatupi sambar, Rasam, China vada. Okay, all are geographical indications. Even now, Kavilpatti Kadalamurukku, Kanjipuram silk saree, Irtukade alva, Tirunelveli alva, all are famous, all are geographical indications, all are called by some patents. Dear organizers, and what time I got to complete? What time I supposed to complete my lecture so that I can rush up my lecture? Organizer, at what time I got to complete my lecture? Organizers, I want to know what time I got to complete my lecture.
Sir, you could take or 10 to 15 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the copyright website. Okay, copyright website. There are 4 application forms. So the first one, the application form for registration copyright, then application form for writing entire content, and other forms. Right? This is a website. You can download the application form and you can fill up. And see here the application forms. All forms are available in Word format. The first one, application form for registration of copyright, form 14. Then second one, application form for registration of changes, in particular of copyright. Suppose you want to change the author, or if you want to include some changes in the content, you can change it. It's called application form 15. Then application form of the requirement of copyright. Suppose any controversy matters are there in the application form, that can be included in form 1. Then proposal for discrepancy letter along with covering letter. So these are the application forms while submitting for copyright. So form 1, the contents are already given by the copyright. Just you download the form, you fill up the form, you write your name and put your signature, then write place name, place and date. So form 1. The form 15, so application form, right? And there are some columns will be there, and you have to include the content. 1 minute. The class is going to be, sir. So these are the forms, right? And we can include. And form 15, and any discrepancy, any controversy is there in your form, that should be spelled out in the form you have to submit. And prefer for discrepancy, sometimes our content may be overlapping with others' content, but somewhere or some place our content may be varied. So that particular matter or content should be clearly mentioned in this form. This is the proper form for discrepancy letter. So copyright rules and regulations are there. That should be given, right? And this is the John and Janathan model. And what they would know for treatment of headache, doctors are giving one tablet. Treatment of fever, another tablet is given. Now the both tablets are combining together. They are giving one single formulation for the treatment of both fever and headache. Okay. Now they went to court. Now the court cases are going on. It's called John and Janathan model. So combination of two formulations for the treatment of two diseases. One single formulation can cure both headache and fever. And so types of patent database. The patent database is already available in the Google. Just you type types of patent database, then you can get the link and you can see. Suppose you are doing research in a particular domain. The same domain is having having already published patent or not. So that can be seen in the particular database. Just you click the database, you check whether our invention is already done or not. So that can be seen in the database. The patent infringement. So here also some court cases are going on between Apple and HTC, even Nokia also. So Nokia company and the cell phone company is very famous 10 to 15 years before, right? Now the Nokia company is not there. Now the Nokia company was, the entire company was purchased by Apple company. Now the Apple company is merging the entire technology of Nokia with HTC. Now lot of infringement cases are going on between HTC, Apple, iPhone, the Nokia, and Huawei, another smartphones. So many things are going on by means of copying some technologies. It's called patent infringement. So coming to the patent application forms, types of patent application forms, there are two application forms. One is called ordinary application form, second is called conventional application form. Ordinary application form is just we are downloading the application form and we are giving some abstract of the invention. You need not give entire report, result part. But conventional application form, you have to provide complete application form and you have to submit complete result part. The result should contain tables, graph, photos, and all other evidences. Is called complete invention. Suppose you are going for ordinary application form. Suppose you are having any idea, that idea can be patented immediately. After filing the patent, within 12 months of time, you have to submit the entire report. If you are not submitting the entire report within the stipulated period of 12 months, the patent will be automatically abolished. It's called ordinary and convention application form. And everything should be written in English. Even India also, in patent application form, right? You have to write only in English, not in any other local language. But other countries like Japan, China and all, they can submit both English as well as their own language, like Japanese, then Chinese language. But India, we have to submit only in English because India is having lot of languages, starting from Tamil, Sanskrit, Hindi, Kannada, Malayalam, Telugu, Punjabi, so many languages are there in India. That's why India is permitted to submit application form only in English mode, English language. But here there are different application forms. Form 1, the application form with covering letter in the name of control of patent. The form is already available. Just you download and you have to fill up the form. Form 2, specification on provisional patent or complete patent. So provisional patent is meant for only 1 year. Complete patent, you have entire duration. Form 3, the statement and undertaking form, foreign filing particulars. Suppose you are copying something from foreign country, you have to indicate that Form 3. Sometimes now we are going to use abroad to be form of right. So the proof should be given. So that given that that you are not copied anything else, other patents or any other content. You have to provide a clear declaration in the form 5. Leaf with bezel and model. I'm not using any mixer or grinder. They're using mixer and grinder. The high speed will be there. Heat will be generated. At the time of heat generation, now the content, the chemicals will be degraded at the time of mixing. So I am not using any mixer or grinder. I have taken neem leaf. I have collected neem tree leaf from the forest, not in roadside. If you collected the leaves from the roadside, the pollutants will be accumulated in the leaf. So we won't get correct result. So I have collected neem tree leaf only in the forest. Then for grinding leaf, I used some extract, some solvents like ethanol, methanol, and all. I'm not using high polarity solvents like no petroleum ether or acetone or any other. I use a simple solvent like ethanol, methanol. Cold excess not in going for hot extraction. The key will be mosquito, it will cause chikungunya or any other diseases, right? So I use very clearly in the claim part in the pattern. Okay, so this is the hot the type of pattern. No, cricket should it's the lines the file should fall down. Recently, the touches the system, the light will emit. Okay, fluorescent light will be there, and the stick light is set already. As soon as the light touches, and the main affair, third affair will hear voice. The touches are not. So now one company is having pattern in the stick. The company is charging 50 per match, cricket match. So that both is there in the stick. So the patents are having a lot of values. You can earn a lot of money. How much are we told? What?
Participants, please stay on the line. Sir will join.
Sir?
Sir, the network issue nala sir has left the meeting, ma. He will join now.
Sorry, ma'am?
Sir, network issue இருக்கிறதுனால he has left the meeting. திரும்ப join பண்ணுவார்.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
சார்
சாருக்கு இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிருக்கோமா? சார் இப்ப ஜாயின் பண்ணுவாரு.
என்னம்மா காயத்ரி?
மேம் சாருக்கு இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிருக்கேங்க மேம்.
காயத்ரி
மேம் சாருக்கு இன்ஃபார்ம்
பண்ணிட்டியா?
இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டேங்க மேம். சார் இப்ப ஜாயின் பண்ணிடுவாரு.
சரி சரி சரி.
ஓகேங்க.
சரி சரிம்மா.
ஓகேங்க மேம்.
Participants, we regret the inconvenience caused due to internet problems. Sir has left the meeting. Soon he'll be joining. Please wait.
Back with us.
Sir, you can.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir.
Actually, no, last one slide, last two slides, I couldn't reveal. The last two slides are revealing. I told you about the definition of patent, types of patent. I told you there will be two types of patent: ordinary patent and conventional patent. Then India is known for process patent, not for product patent. I told you. And there are different types of application forms. I told you. Application forms of copyright. I told you. Then patents. I told you. In copyright, there are 4 application forms, and patent there are 6 application forms. All application forms models are already available in patent website. Just you download application form and you fill up the application form, you can send it across to the patent office. And along with the application form, you have to submit the entire the report of your invention. The report should contain introduction about 1 page, half a page of abstract, then 1 page of introduction, and what is the methods, whatever you followed that should be written, and result you have to write all the results, whatever you generate a result that should be given in the report. Discussion is not needed, references should be given, and in the patent form, claims are very important, claims, and whatever the claims, claims are playing very important role. And what type of equipment used, what type of procedure you followed, where you followed, what condition, what is the conducive condition at the time of carrying out the experiment. Everything should be given in the claims. And each and every claim you have to give money. For filing patent in India, you have to pay 9,000 rupees. Individual, right? Individual. And if you are filing patent through institution mode, you have to pay 40,000 rupees. Right? And copyright only 4,000 rupees. For institution, 15,000 rupees. This is the overall idea of patent. And if you have any doubt, you can ask me. Any doubt. Thank you very much. And I thank the organization for giving me an opportunity to share my experience on patent. The patent is somewhat complicated, but nevertheless easy to understand. If you are sitting with a patent for 1 week, definitely you can file a patent. Just visit the patent website, you can get some idea about patent. So thank you very much. Now the session for open for.
The session is now open.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
The session is now open for discussion. Participants, you could post your questions in the chat box, or you could ask directly to sir.
So thank you very much, sir, for spending your valuable time.
Thank you, thank you. And as a first session, so
yes.
We got some problem in internet and everything. Monday also, no? People are coming after 2 days leave, and so many problems in the.
Okay, sir. It's okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Sorry for the trouble.
Participants, any questions? You can either post in the chat box or you can unmute and ask. Vandanambika, if there are no questions, then you can continue the session, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'll continue, ma'am. If there are no questions. Okay, ma'am. So thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time and giving us the inputs on patent drafting and filing, sir. Especially emphasizing that our intelligence could be marketed to get royalty as income through government. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our second resource person is Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, ma'am, who will be expounding us on basics of research ethics. I call upon Ms. Preetika to introduce our resource person. Preetika?
Yes, good morning, ma'am. I'm highly honored and feel privileged to welcome our respected resource person for today's session 2, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, ma'am, Professor and Head in Community Medicine and the Director, Research and Innovation at PSG Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. She is a co-director for the FAMER, Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research, Regional Institute at PSG. She is also a Launch Visiting Scholar in the Division of Global Health at Howard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Ma'am holds a MD in Community Medicine and a PG Diploma in Bioethics. She has completed her postdoctoral fellowship in genetics and genetic epidemiology from Stanford and University of Chicago, respectively. She was a Fulbright visiting scientist and worked in the area of environmental epigenetics at Harvard School of Public Health from 2014 to 15. Ma'am has also completed her FAMA fellowship in medical education in 2012. She is currently awarded the International Fellowship in Medical Education and pursuing her Master's in Health Professions Education by FAMA USA. She was on the expert subcommittee for revising ICMR ethical guidelines and has been coordinating the one-year PG Diploma in Bioethics program at PSG IMSR since 2015. She is a surveyor for Strategic Initiative for Developing Capacity in Ethical Review, SETSA, World Health Organization, and National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers, NABH, SSR for Ethical Committees. Ma'am has been successful in obtaining several national and international grants. Her areas of interest include environmental epigenetics, ethical issues in genetic testing, and medical humanities. We are fortunate to learn about the basics of research ethics from a knowledgeable person like you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable presence. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here. I'm trying to share the slide. So as usual, there is some technological glitch. Let me just try now. Give me a second. Can I email the slides to you? I think that will be better.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't know, like it's not showing.
You can share the slide.
Yeah, just a second. So at the outset, let me just briefly, outline the topic that I'm going to talk about. So the time given to me is 1 hour. As you know, like it's, it's not easy to cover. I'm sending it to you right now. Yeah, I've emailed the slides. So. Thank you. So basically, we would like to, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Thank you. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to talk about research ethics because I feel it's the foundation for any research or being a scholar, as a career option. So that's a foundation for any of these options that we are aspiring to become. So today's session, we'll be covering a very, very brief overview of what research ethics is. Some of us are already aware of what is this, maybe you have attended some courses or workshops in the past, but for another few, it could be a first time you're hearing about research ethics. So now to just, emphasize on the importance of this, ICMR has now released a new guideline in 2017, and they have amended it in 2020 for the COVID-related review of ethics committees and functioning of ethics committees, etc. And there is also a new clinical trial regulation which has been introduced in 2019. So why I'm particularly talking about this clinical trial regulation or rules is because now whatever we have been saying as guideline has become a law. So the clinical trial rules, which has been published by the regulatory body of the Indian government, has emphasized that all of us follow the ICMR guidelines. So indirectly, the ICMR guideline, which has just been a guideline, has become indirectly a law. So we have to follow these regulations and guidelines as specified by the Indian Council of Medical Research. So wherever there is human participant or human data, we need to look at the ICMR guidelines. Since Avinashilingam University, with the varied, diverse departments and research that is ongoing, it is important that every one of you are aware that there is a fully functioning human ethics committee at your university, and you need to follow the rules and the regulations specified by the ethics committee. So for your research to move on. So next slide, please. So I'm just going to, make you think a little bit before we move on. I have projected a picture here. I won't tell you who that is because that is your, work. So do you know who is this? So that is just a stimulant for you. I'll give you the answer at the end of the session. This is a very historical picture and very relevant to what we are going to talk about today. Next. So basically, I'm going to, just give you a very, very brief overview of what is ethics, significance of informed consent, and, there is a existence of human ethics committee at your institute. Just a very brief overview and what we need to follow when we are going to do a research. What are the ethical principles we need to adhere to when we start a research project? We can say it is only a student project, but even student projects, we involve human participants. So the students, every student needs to know what are the ethical principles that we need to follow when we do a research. Next, please. So these are the very brief overview of the principles from A to Z and some important terminologies specifically related to publications and publication ethics. Next. So just go back. So what happens is in the past, so there are a series of pictures here. As you can see, there is a doctor who's examining a human being, which is who's in the kind of a bed. Actually, if you see, this is a Nazi human experimentation, where the end point of all this research is death, right? There are several camps which were held at various concentration camps, and the Nazis, they tried to recruit the soldiers or prisoners, and they subjected them to various experiments. So one of this, which is shown here, is this soldier is being immersed in the frozen water, right? The frozen water, because they wanted to test how long the human body can tolerate the cold temperature. So the end point of this study is death. So that was one of the examples of the different cruel experiments that were going on in the Nazi camp. The other one here, as you can see, a person hanging, that is like another soldier, which they wanted to test until which altitude the human body can tolerate without oxygen, like up to what height we can survive. So they kept on increasing the altitude until the end point was death. So this is just a few example. So following this, there were several guidelines which came, like, the Nuremberg Code, and several guidelines to follow ethical principles when any research is ongoing. Next. This is another study where you all know, maybe you are aware of it, or you're hearing it for the first time. So this is done by the US government of Department of Public Health, where they wanted to study the natural history of syphilis. Syphilis is a sexually transmitted infection. When this was going on for about 40 years. 1942 to almost later. So this was going on for 40 years, and it is conducted by the US Department of Public Health in a place called Tuskegee. Tuskegee is in Alabama, which is a small county in the US. So they recruited all African Americans and men, and they kind of introduced syphilis artificially into these men, and they just wanted to study the natural history. What happens if the syphilis is untreated? So it is not like there was no drugs during that time. Penicillin was already invented during that time, which is the drug of choice, in spite of which these participants were not told that they are in a research study, nor were they told that penicillin is available and they are deprived of the drug that is available. So this is going on for 40 years, and suddenly there was a whistleblower who found out that this was happening only to African Americans and not to other ethnic groups. And a lot of people died, and these African Americans transmitted this disease to their partners. So the children were affected, and a lot of children were born with congenital syphilis and deformities. So this is a big, kind of infamous study conducted in the past. And then what happened later, when the whistleblower brought out the facts, the study was stopped. And later in 1997, as you can see in the picture, Bill Clinton, he apologized, and those are the 6 survivors of this experiment, and they were all deformed and things like that. So he apologized and he paid a compensation. So after this, then the regulations again, once more it was reformed, and new guidelines were introduced. So all this is in the past. So in the past, so many infamous things happened, dangerous experiments were carried out, and new guidelines came, and things, and so on and so forth. So what is happening today? Is it continuing now? Is it all these unethical experiments? Are they part of the research even today? Next slide, please. The present. Next. Yes, it is very much there. It is not just about pharma companies, but even in our own setup, when we are not aware of ethical principles, knowingly or unknowingly, we try to harm the research participants. So hence it is important for us to know what are the basic principles we need to adhere to when we do any research. Next. So this is very common in India. Unfortunately, the rise of very predatory journals and the pressure to publish, pressure to get grants, and it's one of the major leading cause of research fraud, because in India it's one of the major countries where research fraud is happening. Next, please. So why we do research? Research, the only principle that we do, why we do research, is to keep our community healthy. So if you are going to involve in practices which can harm the community or follow unethical principles, then whatever research we do is not going to be of any use to the community. Next. So research ethics means a set of do's and don'ts. So which means there is a larger good to the community. So even in our day-to-day life, we follow certain do's and don'ts. So we sit here, though it is virtual, you are all attending this meeting, you are all attending, attentively listening to whatever I'm saying. That is a kind of value system that we are having within us. So it's a set of do's and don'ts, not just in our daily lives, not just in our profession, but also in the research projects and research work that we do, which we have to follow. It's because we are interested as a community in the larger good of the community or larger good of the population. So we make sure that research we do balances the risk versus benefit. So always, whatever you do, see what is more. Risk is more, then quit that research. Don't do it. Don't select that topic. If the benefit is more when compared to risk, then you can go ahead. So one thing which I always tell my students and colleagues is that when you're choosing a topic, think if you will be a participant in that project. If I'm choosing a topic, if I'm giving a questionnaire, then if I am willing to be part of this, like, put yourself in that shoes, or put your family members. Will I allow my family members to be part of that study? If the answer is yes, which then it means your research is, absolutely okay, right? So that is one litmus test which we can do to ourselves before we choose a topic. So whatever risk and benefit is not for us, but for, can you just, next please, research participants. It's not for us. The risk and benefit is not for the investigators, but for the research participants. Next. So whenever you choose a topic, make sure ethics is more important than research. So don't just do a project just because that's a very fascinating topic, and that is absolutely there is a lot of funding available and things like that. But make sure the ethics is there whenever you choose a topic. Next. So there are 4 principles of bioethics. If you don't know, again, just a recapitulation for those who already know: autonomy, justice, beneficence, and non-maleficence. So autonomy means voluntariness, which means whatever you do, it is voluntary. It is not coercing or pressurizing and things like that. Beneficence means doing good. Whatever you do should lead to some good, at least for a small sector of the population. Non-maleficence means even if it doesn't do good, whatever you do should not lead to any harm. Suppose you are trying a new intervention. Instead of it being a beneficial effect, it should not harm the participants. So that you should make sure when you do a project. And last but not the least is what is called justice, which means you're going to treat everybody equally. Those who consent, those who don't consent, those who are rich, those who are poor, those who are white, those who are black, irrespective of what they are, you're going to treat everybody equally. If you are, giving counseling, or if you're giving them some kind of treatment, then you will continue giving that in spite of the fact they are not your research participants. So these are the 4 basic principles which you need to follow. Next. So starting from research topic. So A to Z I said. So first let us see what are the ethical issues when you start a research topic. So when I want to choose a research topic, make sure it is relevant to the Indian context. Why? You are going to use the resources that are available to us in a very important problem that is going to solve the problem of the community. So it should be relevant to the Indian context. So many of these pharma companies, there are a lot of studies also. They do clinical trials on developing countries, especially countries like India. So what happens is they do trials for diseases that are more prevalent in the Western community, like hypertension or Alzheimer's, or so many such diseases. But you'll be surprised to know in the recent past there has not been even one drug for treating tuberculosis. In the last 40 years, no new drug has been invented or tested for tuberculosis, which is quite predominant in a society like India. So whatever topic you choose something that is relevant to our community. Don't choose something that is like, there already, it is popular and things like that. So choosing something that is not relevant also is unethical, because you'll be wasting the resources on something that is not needed, right? Who are your study participants? Who are your participants? Is it going to be a child, or is it going to be a pregnant mother, or is it going to be a terminally ill, patients where you're trying to do some palliative therapy or going to intervene with nutrition or something like that? Who are your research participants? Keep in mind, because these participants are called vulnerable participants. If you go through the ICMR guidelines, there is a definition called vulnerability, which means they are not in a position to consent. They are not, either they are poor, so they have to take part in the study because it is going to be free, treatment is going to be free, or they're going to get some compensation for coming to your, lab or something. So make sure that they are extra protected. So if your participants are vulnerable, the ethics committee will take extra precautions to go through your proposal. So again, the ethical issues you need to sort out before you choose your participants. Is it really necessary to do the study on children? Can we do it on adults and then come to children? So as you can see in the COVID vaccination, they did not start initially with children. They finished the vaccine, the trials and vaccination on adults, healthcare workers, and everybody. And children are being immunized as a last, now only they've started immunizing the children because they want to observe the, side effects and other effectiveness of the vaccine on adults. So if there is a intervention which can be done on adults, try on adults first and then come to children. Next, please. Next. So next is sample size. Sometimes we are limited with funds. We are limited by time. So what we do, either we are too ambitious, we have a lot of money and we want to publish in big, publications like BMJ or Lancet and so on and so forth. So we think if I screen 15,000 individuals, my study will be published in Lancet or a big journal like that. Or sometimes there is no time. My thesis has to be submitted next week. The calculated sample size is 350, but I get only 50, right? I have only 50. So what do I do? So these are the issues which we have to be very careful about. If you are going to do something, if a sample size is calculated by a statistician, it is only 450 or 400, but you are very ambitious, you are screening like 1,000 individuals, it doesn't make any sense because the calculated sample size is only 400. There is no point in increasing your sample size because that is again wasting your resources. What can be done with 400, you are extrapolating to 1,000. And again, for a common illness like diabetes, for example, your calculated sample size is 400, but you can screen only 50 because you have some other engagements or you are busy with something else, but just you want to finish your thesis and you're screening only 50. Again, that is unethical because it is not going to give you any meaningful result. So either the sample size is too high or too low, both are waste of resources. It is not optimal use of your time or money or the manpower. Again, it is unethical because whatever money is there, you can use it for something more meaningful, which is going to be of use to the community. So keep in mind the ethical issues when you calculate your sample size. Next. Study designs, again, there are a lot of issues. One is observational study. Here, what happens is observation means the investigator will not intervene. He will not just say I'm going to intervene, put you in the experimental group or the control group. He'll just observe. So what happens is sometimes we find unethical or unhygienic practices. Suppose you are following up an observational study you're doing on field workers or students, for example, on hand washing techniques, because post-COVID that has become a very important skill all of us have to have. But you are observing these people are not using the soap, or they're not washing the hands, or they're not washing it in the following the steps that are prescribed. So what do you do now? Are you going to tell them they're not washing the hands? Should you tell or should you not tell? So if you say you should not tell, again it becomes an ethical issue because you're allowing them to follow something unhygienic which can lead to infection. So you have to be very careful on ethical issues which can arise in observational studies. So when you see such things, you need to inform them. In spite of the fact that they will not be part of your study anymore, you need to inform them this is a wrong way of doing it. So you need to teach them the right way. So you have to keep this in mind when you're designing your study. Next is longitudinal study. Suppose you are doing a obesity intervention, some kind of nutritional intervention. You are asking the participants to come every 6 months or every 2 months. You want to follow up and see whether they are doing the right thing or whether they are doing the exercise and things and so on and so forth. But you're not paying them. They have to spend their own money. They have to forego their daily wage if it is a daily wager. So he has to come to your clinic or your lab to just for you to measure his BMI or take his food frequency questionnaire. What is the benefit for that particular participant? Or you want to take extra blood, like he is prescribed to take only 1 blood sugar, but for your study's sake, you want to take blood sugar in 3rd month, 6th month and 12th month. Who's going to pay for it? It's not the participant's responsibility to take extra blood investigations. It is the investigator's responsibility to make sure the participant does not suffer financially and emotionally, so that he's not at any risk. So you have to keep this in mind. You have to budget even before you start the study, how many follow-up visits are required, what extra investigations are required, and who's going to bear the expense. So that is again a big ethical issue if you are allowing the participant to spend for these extra investigations. And third, RCT, randomized control trials. The participant can be in either of the arms. He can be either in the experimental arm or in the control arm. So you have to make sure the participant knows this, that he will be either in the control arm or in the experimental arm. There are equal chances. So if he is willing to do that, only you can include him in the study. So after you randomize, he doesn't know which arm he is in, and suddenly you find him in the experimental arm and he has some side effects because of the intervention that you do, then he can come back and say, hey, I didn't know that I'm supposed to be in one of these arms. So it will lead to problem for you as well as for the institution. So you need to make sure the consent is obtained before the randomization is done. So these are some of the facts which you have to remember when you design your study. Next, please. Collection of data. So next comes the collection of data. You have designed the study, you have done everything, you have submitted to the ethics committee. So now data collection is happening. So what happens? You have a questionnaire with you, and there is a room full of, you're going to go to the community, or you're going to ask the participant to come to your room. So you're asking about certain personal questions. So at this point of time, you need to provide the participant with privacy. Often you must have heard these two terms, privacy and confidentiality, interchangeably. So privacy means it is for the participant. When you are collecting the data, when you are asking about marital history or menstrual history or use of contraception or any such sensitive issues, then you need to give the participant adequate privacy. So that is called privacy, which means for the participant you are providing comfort to respond to your questions. And after you collect the data, either you store it as a hard copy in a paper or on a computer, so that the third party which is not involved in the study is not able to access it. That is called confidentiality. So confidentiality is for the data, privacy is for the participant. So P is for P, C is for data. So remember this. Okay, so that you have to ensure. Then you have collected the data, you have collected some blood also. So, some already investigations are done, whatever is required. Some amount of sample is, left over. So what you are going to do? Are you going to use it for future research? So that you have to ensure and make sure that the participant agrees in the consent form itself that whatever leftover sample can be used for research, and you have to anonymize it. Whatever said and done, the participant may not be willing to use his leftover samples if it is going to reveal his identity. So you need to make sure that none of his identity will be revealed either in this research or in future research, so that the samples or data can be reused. So most important thing is consent and assent. I am not elaborating on consent and assent this point of time because that requires a special session, because it is a very, very big kind of topic. So consent means you need to ask the participant if he or she is willing to take part in your study. It is a process. It is not like a one-time document which is getting signed. It is a process. During each visit, if the participant is coming to you repeatedly, you need to make sure he's still willing to come to you for the next visit. So it's a process until the end of the study. So it has to specify the risk, benefit, the compensation if something happens to him or her, and all details about the study, along with the investigators and the ethics committee's contact information. So you can approach your ethics committee or look at the ICMR guidelines where sample consent forms are available. So you can feel free to use it, so that when you are doing a study, you can change the topic, the title and the investigator's name, and see if all the elements are there which is fitting to your study, and start using it. Assent means it is for children. Like for example, if a child is between 7 to 12 years, you ask a oral assent, a verbal assent, along with parental consent. If the child is beyond 12 years, 13 to 18 years, you take a written assent and a parental consent. So 2 consents you have to take if you are going to involve a child in your study. It is very important. So these are the principles which you need to remember when you are doing a study. And again, genetic studies, it's another issue altogether, because in the consent itself, you have to make sure that the participant is willing to be part of this genetic study, because if you are going to do for that particular individual, it is not just that individual, it is the entire family which is going to be revealed. Suppose a particular mutation or SNP polymorphism is there for this particular individual, it may or may not be present in the entire family. So indirectly, you are recruiting the entire family. So you need to be extra cautious when you're doing genetic studies. Next. Data analysis. So you have collected the data, you have stored it with adequate privacy, confidentiality and everything, and you have taken consent for reuse of sample. All that is done. The next step now is data analysis. So data analysis should be planned much ahead, even before the start of the study. You have to involve a statistician and ask him or her how you are going to analyze the data. It is very important to analyze. Appropriate statistical tests are administered. Otherwise, faulty analysis may result in faulty results and faulty policy making. Something you say it is working because your p-value is very significant, but in reality, it may not be so, right? So you need to be extra careful when you're doing the data analysis, because this may implicate or this may have, issues with any policy making which you are involved in, any recommendations that you are giving based on your study. Next, please. So this is one example I'm giving you. In late 90s, there was a big landmark study on MMR vaccine. I don't know how many of you are aware. MMR means measles, mumps, and rubella. So there was this physician who said this MMR vaccine leads to what is called as autism. Autism is a disorder in children. He said this is going to cause autism. So many children were left unimmunized. This was published in a big journal called Lancet. It is there in public domain. You can go and read about it. I'm just giving you very briefly. What is the danger of doing an improper data analysis? So later it was found that of the X number of samples, he took only few samples and he did a faulty data analysis, which was published in Lancet. And this was indirectly funded by anti-vaccine lobby, right? Anti-vaccine lobby. So they didn't want vaccines to become popular. So this pediatrician, he published doing a faulty data analysis later, which led to a lot of children being unimmunized, and there was a big epidemic of measles and mumps and rubella in that period of time in the US. So later, recently, I think a couple of years back, this particular doctor was found dead, murdered under some mysterious circumstance. We don't know the reason, but why I'm emphasizing this is a wrong data analysis can lead to wrong policy, can lead to a epidemic. So even in COVID, there are a lot of issues with data, which again, I'll elaborate in some other occasion. Yeah, next. So next is publication. So this is the last bit of the research that you want. So you and I, what do we want? As academicians, as researchers, we want to see our research project see the light of the day. We want it to get published. We want it to publish in a good journal. But a lot of issues can come during this period. So I highly recommend you all to go to this website, COPE, Committee of Publication Ethics, where a lot of case studies are given. You can go through these case studies because each of us will come, in touch with some of these situations in our lives. So they've given examples as well as solutions for that. And another criteria is International Committee for Medical Journal Editors. Though it says medical, it is for all researchers. It's a misnomer actually. So all of us have to follow. It's not just for medical people. It is for anybody who is involved in health or life sciences research or research with human participants. I recommend you to go and look at these websites. Next, please. So now I'm going to just brief you. This is ICMR guideline, which is available open source. Now they have added this new topic, responsible conduct of research. So emphasizing the need for researchers to be aware of what is the responsible conduct, right? So again, this is a new topic which has been added in the new edition of ICMR guideline. Next, please. So I'm just going to go through 4 case studies very quickly. So 4 important terminologies I want you to remember when you leave this session. Next. The last stage is a very common scenario. Since I was told most of the audience is like, PhD and scholars, UG scholars, PG scholars, I thought I'll put this case as an example. So the last date for submission of thesis is 10th August 2022. The postgraduate or the PhD scholar realized that she's far behind the schedule, right? And the guide has given some suggestions to be made. As guides, we keep giving suggestions. That's the role of the guide, right? Then he or she goes over the articles and he copies a few lines because there's no time. August he has to submit. So what he does is just he copies and pastes some of the good sentences and good paragraphs in his own thesis. What are your thoughts? You can put it in the chat box. What are your thoughts? Is it right? What are your thoughts? Unethical, what is it called? I don't know the real identity of this person. Adi S. Shriram UKGA. I think it's your kids. I'll be very shocked if a UKGA student is attending this session. Right. Plagiarism. Yes. Very good. Very good. So plagiarism. So what do you mean by plagiarism? Next slide, please. Next slide. So use of plagiarism means plagiar means to kidnap. Right. All of us think use of others' published or unpublished ideas or words, right, without attribution or permission and presenting them as my own, right? That is called plagiarism. So many of us think only copy and pasting, words will be plagiarism, but that is not so. It can be even ideas. Suppose I share an idea with my colleague, but my colleague goes ahead and does that project without, telling me or acknowledging me, then again, that is also plagiarism. So plagiarism is not just for the words, it is also for ideas. It can be for pictures, it can be for photographs, it can be for diagrams or anything for that matter. If you don't acknowledge, then it is called plagiarism. So is it okay to acknowledge and then copy paste? No. When you are doing a review of literature or when you are doing a writing thesis, you have to internalize the concept that is being discussed in other articles, right? And write it in your own words. There are certain situations when you cannot change, certain definitions. For example, when I want to define below poverty line or when I want to define health, I have to follow what is given by the World Health Organization. I cannot use my own definition. It is not my exam paper. It is my thesis. So it has to be what is standard and what is given by the standard organization, like World Health Organization. So I need to copy and paste what definition is given by the standard textbooks or organization. In that sense, then it is okay. But when you copy and paste exact verbatim from an article, then it becomes illegal and it becomes unscientific. Even though you cite or you quote it in your reference, it becomes it is not correct, right? So that is why universities have certain percentages, like 16% or 20%, up to which the plagiarism is allowed, beyond which it is rejected, right? And there are softwares to detect this plagiarism. There are open source softwares and there are softwares which are paid, like Turnitin and many other softwares are there, which the university has. You can check with your university academic section what kind of softwares they have, and you can do a self-check before you submit your paper or your thesis. Next. So plagiarism is a punishable offense as per the recent UGC guidelines. Next, please. So teachers, this is one of the guidelines recommended by the UGC. So this is one of recent one, 2018, I think. So they said, like, if you are found guilty of plagiarism, the teachers can lose jobs. Even not only teachers or students also can lose their PhD registrations if found plagiarized content in their thesis. Next. Yeah, another example of plagiarism, but we can't do anything about it. Next. So next is a second case. An investigator completes his data analysis and finds out that the statistical analysis shows a p-value which is more than 0.05. All of us are very fascinated by p-value because students come to us and say, ma'am, we want p-value, as if I'm having it in my pocket, right? I don't have p-value in my pocket. So they want p-value. Ma'am, we want p-value. So p-value of less than 0.05 is what we all want to have in our studies. So what he does, he decides to delete some data which is skewed and reanalyzes until it gives a significant p-value. He thinks, okay, less than 0.05 only is what I want. So what I do, I delete and like trim my data, and then I present the data again so that the p-value is less than 0.05. So publication is accepted only if the p-value is significant. What are your thoughts on this? What do you think? You can put it in the chat box. What do you think of this? Do you really need a p-value of less than 0.05 for your study to be accepted? Fabrication, yeah. Any other? Okay, next please, next slide. So this is called data falsification, which means he has collected the data, right? He's not cooking up data. He's really collected the data, but he's just tweaking it here and there and making it a presentable data. It need not be just data. It can be even in images. Suppose in your microscopic image, you are defining something, but your picture is not very clear. So what do? You copy and paste, or you manipulated your image with Photoshop or some photo editing software. That is also data falsification. So this term is data falsification. So you have read another term. One is plagiarism, another one is data falsification. Next, please. So third case, a researcher is unable to meet adequate sample size for his thesis. That's a very, very common problem. All of us are busy. So we don't want, or we cannot reach the sample size. The statistician is given 200, but I can collect only 50. So what do? He just exponentially extrapolates whatever data he has collected for 50 to 200. So he has collected only for 50, but he has extrapolated it for 200. Next, please. So this is called data fabrication, which means he has not collected data, but he is giving false data. So you have had three terminologies now. One is plagiarism, data falsification, where data is really collected, but it is trimmed or tweaked to suit the statistical interpretation or to get a significant p-value. Third is data fabrication, which means data is not collected at all. The entire data is cooked up or added. This could be not just data. As I said, it could be even for images. Some fake images are put up in the thesis because you don't have a good image in your project, either a PCR image or a microscopic image, or even it could be a simple X-ray, which is not very, the quality is not good, or you don't see what you're expecting to see. So what I do, I just copy and paste it. That is also called data fabrication. Next, please. So this is I put the name and the identity of this individual because it is there in the public domain. There is no confidentiality which is violated. So I'm not doing anything unethical. This person's name is Anil Potti. He's from one of the reputed institutes in the country. He's a medical person. He went to the US. He worked in a big university, claiming that he has found a cure for prostate cancer. Right? He has created a number of data points, and later they found out all the data that he had claimed that he generated as a cure for prostate cancer is all cooked up data. In other words, he fabricated the data. So his research position has been stripped from Duke University. He worked in a big university called Duke University. His research position has been stripped. Since he did not commit any medical negligence, he is practicing as a physician but not as a researcher. But this is a very famous case. In the US, you can again go and look at his name in the Google, and you will read about him a lot. Right? Next. Now coming back to our first picture, I showed you one picture, right? So who is that? He is Ainthropus dawsoni. So what is the significance of Ainthropus dawsoni? Next, please. Well, he was discovered in 1910 to 12 in England. So initially they said he is the person who connects the ancient Neanderthal and the human, modern human. He is a bridge. So the entire media went, to a sensational discovery. It was discovered by a scientist named Dawson. That is why the Dawsonite name is there. Finally, it went on for many years until somebody found out it was a manipulated skull. It was a skull of orangutan and human. He combined it together and he claimed that is a bridge between the Neanderthal and the modern human. And many of us believed it also. Later in 1953, close to 40 years, it was accepted and people believed him. And later, in 1953, they found out it was a manipulated skull. In other words, he did what is called as data. What did he do? He really collected data. He took the skull of orangutan, he took the skull of human, and he combined it together. Right? So this is one form of research misconduct, probably one of the earliest misconduct which we are aware of. Next. So these are the three terminologies which you have learned. One is data fabrication, data falsification, and plagiarism. So it's like these three combined together is called research misconduct. It's one of the major ethical violations if any of this is followed in our research. So please make sure that your students are not, without knowingly nobody will do. Without knowing, many of us would have, been part of this. Because our students are not aware. So whatever data they are collecting, please make sure it is genuine, a consent is obtained, and the data is stored confidentially, and so on and so forth. Next. Case 4, Mr. X is conducting a research which shows promising results, and you are sure that it will lead to good publication. Her head of the department hints that her name also should be included in the article. She has provided you with an important reference article. So how the head of the department has contributed, she has provided a very important reference article and she is asking the student to include her name also as an author. Is it right, or is there any criteria to add somebody as an author? Who can be authors? Next slide please. So this is the IC International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. As I said, it is not just for medical journal, it is for any journal. So anybody who fulfills these 4 criteria can be authors. Substantial contribution to the conception, design, acquisition, analysis or interpretation of the data, and drafting the work, revising it for important intellectual content, and final approval of the version to be published, and agreement to be accountable, which means all 4 criteria should be met. Right? The last one was added recently because people said, I'm not the first author, so I don't know if there is any problem with the article. So it is not that. Whoever is an author will be held accountable for whatever credit or discredit that comes out of the article. So these 4 points, anybody who fulfills can become an author just by giving room to conduct the interview, or giving one reference article will not qualify me to be an author in that paper. I should have fulfilled all 4 criteria before I am included as an author, right? So make sure the authors are fulfilling these 4 criteria, because otherwise including everybody as an author again makes it unethical. Next. Last case, an international supplier of nutrition supplement approaches you for a research study which involves advising patients and community to consume the supplement to improve their micronutrient status. The company also provides you fund to carry out research. If 100 people begin buying the product of the company because you have recommended it, they would sponsor a vacation for you with the family to Bali. Right? Amazing. If I prescribe this nutrition supplement, I am a dietitian, I am prescribing this, or I am counseling the patients and asking them to take this nutrient supplement. If 100 people buy it, I get to go to Bali with my family. How fascinating it is. What are your thoughts? You think it's right, or am I okay to accept it? After all, I earned it, right? I made 100 people buy it. You think it's right? No, yes, it is not correct. What is this called? It is called, next. there is a term for it. This is called conflict of interest, which means my judgment is biased by the inducement which the nutrient or nutrition company is giving me. They are saying if I get 100 prescriptions, then I get to go to Bali, which is like, which can bias my judgment. Even though if it is not useful, I will be tempted to give a false result or say recommend it to 100 people because they are going to sponsor me to the vacation with family. So this is called conflict of interest, which means something which affects the judgment. Next slide, please. Person has a private or personal interest sufficient to appear to influence the objective exercise, which means it should be without any bias. It should be objective. But I am, kind of biased because of all these temptations. So then it is called conflict of interest. Sometimes what happens in the ethics committee itself, I'll be submitting a project, but I'll be in the ethics committee as one of the members. So that can affect my judgment because I'm reviewing my own project. Or my friend is reviewing my project. My friend also knows, oh, no, let us review it and give a positive review. That is called non-financial conflict of interest. There could be financial conflict of interest, as I told you in the example. Sometimes the companies will say, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that, give us a favorable result. So you should not be affected by these. And if there is a conflict of interest, if it is funded by a drug company, if you are doing a Nestle funded study on nutrient supplement, then you need to declare it in the article or the thesis. There is a conflict of interest because this nutrition company has sponsored this study, right? You have to declare it and the ethics committee will decide whether to allow it or not, right? So these are some of the important terminologies I wanted you to know in addition to the basics of research ethics. Again, as I said, yes, cola advertisement inspire knowing its side effects, for example. Yes. So a lot of companies lure us. They come to us for estimating this. Yes, many advertisements, all these companies, pharma companies or corporates, nutrition companies. So all these companies have big conflict of interest when they approach the investigators. As investigators and researchers, as responsible investigators, we need to be aware of this and take appropriate steps to minimize it and also give the real result which will be helpful for the community. So we saw what are the basics of research ethics. We saw some of the important concepts. We also learned certain terminologies such as conflict of interest, research misconduct, which also comprise of data falsification, fabrication, and plagiarism. So this just overview. There are a lot more to it. As I said, it needs a bigger session, but this is just an overview. If you are interested, you can go read the ICMR guideline. It is a open source document, which means it's free. You can download it. And importantly, I'll request you all to read the topic on consent because it will be really useful to you because it is going to protect you legally also if you are not, if you're not signed a consent and if the participant sues you, it is going to act as a layer of protection for you. So with that, next slide, please. So regulatory trial, again, it requires permission from the CDSCO, which is a drug regulatory authority. Even though you are not doing any drug trial, you will be doing trials on nutrition supplements, as I told you. You need to approach the DCGI for permission. Next. So these are some of the documents which I recommend you all to go read if you are interested. ICMR guideline, Drug and Cosmetic Act. Now Schedule Y is not there. It is replaced by Clinical Trial Rules of 2019. Next. So this is a Clinical Trial Registry of India. You can go, it's ICMR website. Even PG thesis, like even if it is not a medical thesis, if you are doing some clinical trial on some supplements or some formula, nutrition formula, you have to register it with this because it becomes important for publication and later I think it becomes mandatory. The ICMR is going to make it mandatory in the future. So make sure you go through this website. It is called CTRI. Next. So always strive to protect research participants. Ethical principles should be followed at each step of research. Follow RCR or responsible conduct of research, including publication ethics and authorship. And regulatory studies, I request you all to go again, it's another session altogether. So I request you all to read CTRI website. You can go to the website and clinical trial rules of 2019. It doesn't mean clinical trials means medical. It is also for all researchers who are doing some sort of trials with human participants. Next, please. So further readings, ethical guidelines, ICMR guidelines. Next. So any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. The session is now open for questions.
No questions?
I don't think so, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, next.
Thank you, ma'am, for your excellent presentation.
Okay.
On research
Nobody has
ethics,
any-
which is the need of the hour, ma'am.
Next, please. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for explaining us about the ethical principles that we need to adhere to, and also in inciting us about the research misconducts and so on. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Participants, everyone can halt for lunch, and please be back around 1:20. The third session will commence around 1:20. Thank you. With the same link. You all can join with the same link.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Mani, Dr. Shanti. Good afternoon. This is Subhashini.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Subhashini, Subha ma'am. Good afternoon. Yeah, can you hear me now? Subha ma'am, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mani. So, I hope we can start now. Dr. Mani, thank you for the opportunity. We can start now, and after the formalities, I will present the screen. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. We'll wait for 2 minutes, ma'am. Then we'll introduce you, ma'am. Yes. One minute, ma'am. Good afternoon. Frozen. It's frozen. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, we can start.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Wonderful morning is over. Here is afternoon wish for you to spend an incredible midday. Energize your afternoon and don't think it's just half of day. It's time to boost your work efficiency and move ahead in life. I call upon Ms. Preetika to introduce our third resource person, Dr. Subhashini K. Shripati ma'am, who will be explicating us on the topic patents and copyrights. Preetika?
Yes, Akaya.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Hope after the yummy lunch, we all are energetically waiting for our third resource person. She is an enthusiastic and an energetic soul. It's none other than Dr. Subhashini K. Shripati ma'am, Professor, Department of Chemistry, School of Physical and Computational Sciences, Avinashilingam Institute. She is also a member of Research Advisory Council Committee of Avinashilingam Institute. She has a devoted experience in teaching and learning process for the past 28 years and more to come. Ma'am has successfully completed 3 funded projects. Her awards and achievements includes UGC Junior Research Fellowship Award. Ma'am have received Shiksha Ratan Puraskar Award for excellence in the field of education and research by the Indian International Friendship Society, New Delhi. An award for National Education Excellence specialized in chemistry from the International Multidisciplinary Research Foundation. Indian National Award for Excellence in Research from Global Management Council, India. Recently, ma'am has received a Lifetime Achievement Award from INSO, Indian National Students Organization. This has to be specially mentioned here that she is also one of the bestest NSS program officer who have received several awards for her work towards the society. She is a life member of Indian Council of Chemists and a life member of Indian Science Congress Association. Ma'am has published 11 books for the field of chemistry, reviewed 3 books in research field. Total of 76 journals has been published by her till date. Published 90 science articles in Tamil in Vinyana Chudar, a monthly magazine published by Avinashilingam Trust. We all are lucky to know about patents and copyright from a vibrant person like you, ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to Dr. Vijay ma'am.
Dr. Subhashini, on the behalf of Biosciences, we welcome you. We are so happy.
Thank you. Dear friends, no formalities. Thank you for the opportunity, Vijay ma'am. I found today morning that there was a talk on patent drafting. That also should have included some basics of patents. But however, I thought since I was also invited, I thought to speak on very basic aspects of patent regarding terms which will be beneficial for the students, especially the scholars. So once again, I thank the department. Not much of preparation. I have a PowerPoint with me. I will try to be as brief as possible and as clear as possible. I thank the faculty School of Biosciences for considering me as a resource person. We are one among all of you. I'm so happy that you have given me this opportunity. Thank you very much. To the students, I would like to say that some of our credentials in our biodata, the bio profile, is because of this institution. Over the 28 years, I just came with a PhD in 1993, and with, of course, 3 good paper publications. Thereafter, this university was the platform for me to grow more, and all my gratitude to this institution. Achievements are possible, credentials are possible, quality and quantity is possible only if a particular person, that particular person is self-motivated. Of course, the encouragement also comes. When opportunity comes, we take up. Whenever there is new opportunities, we take up. So you as research scholars should be self-motivated and try to grasp or grab all the opportunities that come in your way. Do not feel less confident, okay? So inch by inch, you can build up your profile. Of course, the biosciences has got a lot of scope in because it is a very recent, of course, 30 years old field, and of course, from chemistry branch to biochemistry, and a lot of scope is there for you students. A lot of funding agencies are there. So be at it, be interested to build up your profile qualitatively as well as quantitatively. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to all the members, all the head of the departments and all the teachers, particularly to my friend and Dean, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Thank you very much. So I will just give me a minute, I will present the screen. So without which we will be not having much interest in listening all the time. So I will just present the screen, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's it. So can you see the screen now? Let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I cannot see all now because I'm in full screen and on slideshow mode. If suppose I get disconnected, let me know by a voice. So
Okay.
Intellectual property rights. As such, what it is, some terms related to it with some examples so that you can understand better. And because we are all academics, mostly after our PhD, doctorate, and other things, and the faculty here, academics, may be more interested in copyrights. To some extent, I will also clarify on copyrights. Okay. Now, intellectual property, as you all must know that sometimes we think that it is a property of genius people or people with high IQ. It's not that. Sometimes base level thoughts, ideas can be converted to nice innovations, inventions, which will be beneficial to the community. Those can be patented. Now, therefore, the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, is a well-renowned organization which website you must visit. You must visit. They have got all information about intellectual property, manuals, training programs for anybody interested to become an expert in intellectual property instruments. Okay, so please visit the website WIPO. According to WIPO, intellectual property or IP is defined as that which describes ideas, inventions, technologies, artwork, music, literature, etc. that are intangible. That is intellectual property. What is in my mind? What is in my brain? What is my thought process, how something should happen, what we call as idea. That is intangible. Intangible means, if you just refer to our Google Master or the dictionary, it says that something that is abstract. Abstract in the sense that you cannot describe that. An idea is an idea. Okay, it's a spark in the brain, in the mind. So such intangible ideas and thoughts in the brain, when you make it or convert it, you create it as products or some process, and those are called tangible forms. So an intangible idea, which is an intellectual property, a property of that particular person, as long as it is an idea, it has not much value. It is there as an idea. Okay, fine, they deem you as a very intellectual person. But you use that idea and convert it to a product or a process. And that becomes a tangible form. And such thing can be patented. Such a tangible form, which can be described, which is in front of you. And that can be described in pen and paper. And that is a tangible form. So what is intellectual property? Those ideas that are intangible, which when created to become valuable products or useful products and tangible forms, that becomes a property for you. Idea is intellect. And when you convert it to a property, it becomes intellectual property. Now, intellectual property has different forms, different varieties, which we call as intellectual, the instruments of intellectual property. Patents are very important in the academic arena, in education field, okay, in the scientific field. Copyrights also are important. Trademarks, of course, commercially, business people, trademarks are important. The other instruments of IP are designs, geographical indications, plant varieties, and trade secrets. Of course, certain semiconductors are also included recently. This is the description or the classification that is given by WIPO. Please understand, these are called the instruments of intellectual property. Okay. Now, what is a patent? We can define a patent as a grant from the government, maybe for us it is from the Indian government, to the patentee, the one who is receiving the patent, to the patentee for a limited period. The grant is given to the patentee for a limited period in exchange of full disclosure of the invention. That particular person who has gotten, who developed the idea into a product or a process, he has to describe how he made that from his idea, what are the steps involved, what is the process for the different stages, where he got a final invention as a product or a machine or some gadget or a chemical process of extracting large quantities of a bioactive material, a shortcut method. Those processes or products, if they want to patent and get the patent, they have to disclose it. You have to disclose in your patent application to the Indian Patent Office, not to anybody else. Okay. So only when you do that, they will examine the application, and finally, if there are no oppositions, if there is no other similar aspect similar to your application in the literature, then a patent can be given. So what does a patent give? It gives the rights to make, the rights to sell, the rights to use exclusively, and otherwise you can authorize the rights to others, and that is called licensing. Okay. A patent is a certificate that is given. A patent grant is a certificate, like how we get certificates out of workshops or degree. That certificate will give you the exclusive rights to make a product, to sell a product or an invention, okay, commercialize it, use it exclusively for your own self, or you can license others, that is authorizing others, and of course they have to pay you. That's how you can make an use of. And how long you can do it? You can do it for 20 years, okay, from the date of the award, the date that is mentioned in the certificate. Okay. Now, what is more important is criteria of patentability, which is what I wanted to clarify to you more. When you talk about the patent, knowledge about patent, the awareness on patent, these terms are there always. Whether you see Wikipedia or anywhere anybody talks about you, these terms are very important. Like novelty, newness, the term novelty, newness, inventiveness, okay, and invention, okay. The novelty, as you all will know, that novelty means there should be some newness in your claim of the patent for the product or the process. Like the technology or the product, the technology that you're proposing or the product has not been published earlier or documented anywhere in the world. That means it should not have been subject matter in prior art. Prior art is something similar to our review of literature that we do. The review of literature that we do whenever we take up a research study, research project. Earlier, somebody should not have done the same work or a similar work. Okay, so something, a new study will start in a research. Similarly, a patent, the gadget or the invention or the process should not be published or in the database anywhere in the world, and that is called a prior art. Okay, so when that is not published anywhere, then there is some novelty in your whatever for which you are applying for a patent. Okay, now what is inventiveness? There should be some invention. A small percentage of an inventive step should be there. A feature of invention involving technical advance compared to existing knowledge. For example, it is a similar field. Somebody has done something. You are doing a one particular modification by which you are getting an enhancement of the efficacy, or the technical gadget is performing better. That sort of a small inventive step, it should be there. Also, whatever you invent should have economic significance. Thirdly, that inventive step which you claim as inventive step should be non-obvious. Non-obviousness should be there. Non-obvious means, with some example I will clarify to you. That particular step or the technique or the skill that you are using in that particular stage of your invention should not be obvious to everybody. For example, I will detail it on few more examples. You may understand better. For example, if I am a chemistry person, I am saying that I am extracting with some solvent. Okay, fine, I am getting better yield. Okay. Anybody in chemistry lab can also say that. They also know about solvent. They also know about extraction. So they will also say that we can also do this. What is the speciality of this? There should be something which is not somebody who is skilled in the art, in that particular field. Somebody is an expert. If he is able to do that, then there is no non-obviousness in your invention. So that non-obviousness aspect, I will just clarify with one more example, you will understand better. So a particular patent application or your product or process, was an important criteria of patentability is novelty should be there, non-obviousness should be there in the inventive step, inventiveness should be there, and sometimes or many times the invention should be capable of being made or used in the industry. There should be industrial application. These three aspects, please remember. These terms also should be hereafter become familiar to you when it is a patent related aspect. Now, a simple example for novelty is, for example, somebody was asked in an industry, somebody was asked to lubricate tiny hinges. I hope you understand what is hinges. What we have in the doors when the door is moving back and forth. You have the tiny hinges. You have the bigger hinges, which when suppose the door is making noise, then you say that we need to oil it, lubricate the door hinges. Therefore, it will become a smooth action. Therefore, in a certain industry, a particular item, a particular plant, or a particular portion of the industrial equipment was very tiny, and they could not reach the small hinges. For which one person, he prepared or he formulated or manufactured a graphite applicator. A graphite material, you know, and that material was placed inside as a protective sleeve. So what the particular inventor is claiming is, I have prepared a graphite applicator for applying graphite to small hinges. Now, you will understand that graphite is a lubricating material also, because of the nature of the carbon layers of carbon which can slide over each other. Graphite material is also used as a lubricating material. Whenever I speak, when I say lubrication, you think about these oils, these waxes. Graphite also is a lubricant that's used in the industry. Okay, so that particular graphite applicator was manufactured by a particular person for applying the graphite to the small hinges, because he was not able to reach, he cannot easily reach them. Therefore, he made a thin rod of the material comprising graphite surrounded and supported by a protective sleeve. And then he is saying that I want to claim a patent for this particular product. Now, if somebody is asking you, what is the newness in this? Is there something new in this particular graphite applicator? So you must be, your patent examiner will immediately be correlated to something which is already there in common knowledge, and that is the already existing pencil. Such a graphite applicator is similar to your pencil, is it not? So therefore, the shape and the whatever content and the whatever material of that particular gadget that the particular person is claiming is not new. Okay, it is similar to the pencil. Therefore, then the criteria of novelty is not met by this particular patent application. So this is how you have to analyze from very simple things. They will go back to literature and analyze well whether something already is there. So this is one example I want to cite for novelty. Now, of course, inventions, you know, what is an invention? As I already mentioned there, it should in the Patent Act 1970, the definitions for patents are there and the inventions are there, and we know what are all inventions. A lot number of inventions are there. An invention means a new product or process involving an inventive step. That means inventive step means non-obviousness should be there, and it should be capable of industrial application. That's it. Now, one more example of whether a particular invention is new or not, or a person skilled in the art is knowing about it. I told you that non-obviousness means a particular process or product should not be, a particular person who is familiar in that field should not be able to make it to get a particular result. That is non-obviousness. For non-obviousness, this is the example that I want to talk. For example, it's a framework of beams. Now we see that in construction field, a lot of beams are used to raise the building. Okay, one person says that he has a support structure with a framework of beams where the beams are made of aluminium to make it a light material. Okay, he says that my beam structure framework is made of aluminium. Okay, and therefore it is lightweight. Now I want to have a patent for this. He is claiming that. But if such a person is claiming for that, the examiner will see that if any similar structures are there, then he will see that there are support structures, similar structures made of steel. Earlier, they used to make steel with steel. Steel is some refined iron. Okay. So probably aluminium's framework will be less weight, but it has not got, apart from that, whether it is steel or aluminium, somebody in the construction field can easily make this framework of beams. They can easily build it, is it not? So there is no non-obviousness in this. So in this example, you must understand what is the understanding of your understanding of being non-obvious. Your gadget, the machine or whatever should be having a non-obvious, a fraction of non-obviousness should be there. Okay, so this invention could not be claimed for a patent. Okay, I hope you are able to correlate. Okay, one more example, which will make more clear how certain innovations are coming. Innovations have come into practice by observation of, by the observing capability of certain. That's called serendipity. Okay, accidental finding. Okay, one is the one example is the microwave oven. Okay, they are claiming that the microwave oven, which uses a magnetron to generate microwaves, can be used to heat food. Okay, now What is the state of the art? State of the art means prior literature. What is already existing? We have electrical and gas ovens for heating food. That is there. In radar technology, there is an electron tube that is used for generating microwaves. This is the already existing prior art, which is relevant to this invention of this microwave oven gadget, which is invented by a particular person. Okay. If you think of this, and if somebody is asking you, can we give a patent for this microwave oven? You must think on that. Even though state of the art earlier literature is there, there is no report or there is no patent on heating food using microwaves. There is no report. So there's no state of the art for that particular purpose of heating food using microwaves. Are used in radar technology to find out, of course, in the defense they use. So how the particular person invented it is a little story. Actually, the person who invented this it is said that he belonged to the defense. Okay, and one day he walked into the defense room where there was the microwave generating magnetron unit. Okay, and he was observing something, and later on, after some time, he left the room. When he left the room, he found that even though he was in an air-conditioned room, he found that a small chocolate which he had in his pocket had melted. He was wondering how this chocolate, something like your Cadbury's, okay, how it could melt, because he went into an AC room, he was there for half an hour, and then he came out. Some time he was inside the room. So therefore, he was wondering how this happened. And immediately, because he was sort of a person who observed more and he could connect things, he immediately thought that because I went into the source of microwaves, probably the microwaves might have interacted with my food. And that is how he tried to invent the microwave oven, and that the story background by which a small observation by a particular person who was working in the defense was later on converted to the microwave oven. Such an invention can be patented. I hope the listeners can understand. Okay. Now this is one more example. On the left hand, there is a lawn mower, which is used to clear cut the grass, level it in parks and in maybe golf courses or in many landscaping areas. Okay, there's a lawn mower, there is a cycle. Now here is one person who has combined the cycle with the lawn mower, and he wants to claim a patent. Now I am asking you, is it possible? Will it be okay to give him a patent for the combination of the cycle and the lawn mower? Yes or no? Somebody from the audience, can you answer? Yes?
Ma'am, I think no.
Can a claim which is not novel be inventive? No is the right answer. Because we know what a cycle is, who invented it. Somebody has invented the lawn mower. Somebody is combining the cycle and the lawn mower. And he says that when I am cycling, the lawn mower will be dragged and it will do the process of cutting the grass also. But I am saying that his invention cannot be given a patent, because if I take the cycle and the lawn mower to a cycle repair shop, they will connect it. Okay. There is the non-obvious is not there. The inventive step should be there. There is no inventive step. A person who is very familiar with the cycle and sort of the mechanical aspects, they can easily connect it. Okay, so that the non-obviousness is not there. Somebody known in the prior art, somebody skilled in the art of the mechanical field, they can do this very well. Therefore, we can't claim a patent for this. Of course, if you just connect some biosensor or something, as you pedal the cycle, if that particular sensor is measuring how much of calories are consumed, sort of an exercise, no, this cycling, how much calories are consumed, and what is the benefit for the particular person, what is his heart rate and other things. If it is, for example, your Apple Watch measures, no, when you tie it in your hand. So such a thing, if they had fixed in this, that part of it can be claimed for a patent. Okay, so this is how you have to understand whether a particular gadget that you invent can be patented. Okay, some examples of inventions and innovations. Okay, from those days, patent is not new. It is the first patent awarded a century ago. Okay, so it is not new. So inventions are there, certain changes, modifications to that will create innovations, and that particular innovation has got some other utility, and therefore that can be given a patent. This is a slide for that purpose I included. Okay, and some other inventions here, of course there are a lot, you can just read on that. Okay, now before I go to copyright, okay, I just want to, one second. Okay, just one second. I think I have to change my PPT. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so let me stick on to this. Okay. So these aspects of patent, where what is that you understand about novelty and newness, about the inventiveness, the non-obviousness, what is a prior art, and what's most important in industry, in an inventive step, is that it should have an industrial application. So these I wanted to convey to you, to the younger ones in the audience, so that it will be useful for you, because the understanding of terms is more important to appreciate the knowledge there. Earlier, in our institution, we started applying for patent in 2009 to 10. Thereafter, in the last 10 years till 2020, about now around 34 applications have been filed in the patent office. Till 2020, 26 patent applications were published. Okay. Now, when I say patent application and patent publication, they are different. And a patent. So first is patent application stage. Okay. When you apply for a patent, prior art should be searched by you particularly before applying. Otherwise, the patent office will search for it. If there is any reference to your work elsewhere in the literature, whether in traditional knowledge or anywhere that is reported in the world, it will be noted, and you will be asked to clarify why you are claiming for a patent when some reference is already there. If you are able to clarify that, and if the patent office is, they are accepting that your response, then they will publish. If there is no prior reference in the literature or in any database, no other patent based on your application, directly it will be published. When you apply for a patent, if you are working in an institution, you must apply, definitely you must apply through the office of that institution, and through the registrar is the applicant. Inventor will be you and the persons, the team that worked with you. Okay. In an institution, because we are utilizing the infrastructure and facilities, and the outcome of that research is patentable, then you have to apply only through the institution. Okay, and that is, for example, in our institution, it is the registrar on whose name you have to apply. If suppose you are working elsewhere and it is it's your individual work that you are doing, not with attached to any institution, then you can apply in your individual name. In either of the cases, the inventor will be you. You need not worry about it. The only difference is that application fee will be 4 times when you apply through the institution or the concern. Okay, 4 times. The very latest data about how much fees, earlier it was 1,000 for individuals and 4,000 for application fee. Online submission is possible. And whenever you do it, the date on which the patent is going inside the patent office, Indian Patent Office, that date has to be noted. It is called the priority date. That date is the priority date of priority. If suppose you use a nice patent application, later on it will be fetching you a patent. If somebody is applying 1 day after your application, okay, the patent office will give priority to you only, to your application. So that date of priority is important. Secondly, after scrutinizing your patent application, within 18 months, okay, they will publish your patent. That is 1.5 years. They will publish your patent. A patent published can be equated to a paper publication also, but it is not that now. You cannot claim it. It will be, even in SciFinder, it can be seen. When will a patent be published? Only when there is no prior art pertaining to that particular your application. Then only they will publish. Okay, otherwise they will reject it and they will inform you. Once the patent application is published, then by 48 months, you will have to face the examination stage. There will be a group of examiners who are known in this field, scientists, okay, who will examine this patent and analyze, okay. And then to all their queries, you have to give a suitable answer. And thereafter, if they are convinced, they will give you a patent. Sometimes we found that our first patent, of course, we applied from the chemistry department, but because it was a product isolation, and they say that from any biological material or plant material, if you are isolating and that plant material becomes traditional knowledge, it's part of the biodiversity. Therefore, we had an issue regarding that. But of course, the plant was new and it was published. Both the patent applications got published. However, we had to convert that particular plant extract to a product such as a skin ointment or a wound healing ointment. And thereafter, we applied again, and that was also published, and it is the processing stage. Further, from our department, food department, the first example is in 2012, a patent was published on a new form of a chocolate ice cream, I think. No, chocolate it was. And I'm just telling you this because in 2012 they applied, and in 2020 September, just before our NAC accreditation, 2020 September only, it was accepted and awarded. So it may take years for the patent application and the published patent to be accepted and granted patent. Okay, so you have to wait patiently. You may ask me, our date of priority is September 2012, but I have got the patent in September 2020 after 7 or 8 years. Now your date of the patent is September 2020. How long it is valid? That particular composition or recipe of that chocolate can be made, commercialized by that particular team itself, or they can attach some industry people. If your patent information has to be attached to an industry, the industry has to pay you. Okay, so that that particular advantage is there, and from September 2020, another 20 years they can manipulate this. Okay, they can benefit out of this patent. So these are the advantages of patents. Now, when you apply, suppose somebody is having some idea, and because you know that you are just fearing somebody will make something on product out of this, you can still register your idea without any proper work that is done, and that particular registering aspect is called provisional application. Okay, it is called a provisional application. You can file a provisional application. Today, if I file a provisional application in a particular format in the Indian Patent Office, today is 21st March 2022. Exactly next year, 21st March 2023, you must file the complete specification. That means the full application with all details of the conversion of your idea to a product or a process should be submitted to the Indian Patent Office within 1 year. That is also possible. Or if you have everything ready now, you can give the complete full application now itself. This one thing you have to understand. You can take 1 year time to refine your work, to get proper results, and then submit a patent also. But if you are fearing date of priority will be lost, then you can publish your patent application 1 year before as a provisional application. This academics should understand. So that is important. Now, what can be patent, what cannot be patent? Everything is in the Indian Patent Office. Patiently go through the manuals. As far as I know, good ideas can be converted to products and processes, and that should have an enhancement of the earlier if something is there, earlier enhancement of a particular aspect or a particular activity or particular action of that gadget should be there. Enhancement, increased performance should be there. Therefore, biological material, plants, medicinal plant related work, simple isolation of a molecule and claiming that you have isolated the molecule is not possible. Okay, those having a radio material, okay, radioactive material cannot be patented. All the do's and don'ts are there. As biology people, some country to country the patent norms are different. If I have a patent for a particular chocolate here in India, if I want to, it will not be valid in Japan or Singapore or US. You have to go and apply for a patent there also. Okay, that is there. When you go for biological material, biodiversity concerns, traditional knowledge cannot be patented. Genes, human genes, animal genes, even if you isolate, it cannot be patented. Of course, new plant varieties can be patented. Software cannot be patented. Okay, particularly computer science people may be wondering, how do I get a patent? But when software is put inside something like your laptop, and that particular software, with the help of your laptop, is able to do a particular application or particular use for it is there. For example, the braille, the blind people can use it with that software. That software should be attached to a gadget. Something tangible should be there. Okay, that's something which you can see. Then that software and the gadget can be patented. Simple software cannot be patented. And therefore, what do we do with such things is that we can claim a copyright. Okay, softwares can be, with softwares normally have a copyright. Now, therefore, as academics, now with respect to patents, this much I wanted to clarify you. Of course, how to draft a patent, somebody might have talked to you better, but in my experience, I will tell you, the faculty and the research scholars here, if suppose you feel, if all these norms can be met by you and we can go ahead with the patent, you yourself can write a patent. You go to the Indian Patent Office or the World Intellectual Property Office, lot of databases are there. At the end of this presentation, there are a list of databases. Go through, suppose I have a wound healing ointment. I will go inside the patent website and say, ointments plus wound healing, something you add keywords, and then get similar patents and go through all of them, and on a similar basis you can yourself draft the patent. And the patent application, as we prepare a paper publication, no, a small abstract should be there, brief invention, the brief abstract of the invention should be there. Prior art, review of literature, prior art should be mentioned there with all references. Okay, the complete procedure or whatever your process has to be explained with various diagrams. Okay, all that has to be done. And finally, it will have what is called as the claims part. For what are you claiming? Which is the speciality of your invention or the product? 10 claims are permitted. Okay, 30 pages of application can be submitted. Beyond 30 pages, each page will be charged. Beyond 10 claims, claims are part of the application. Beyond 10 claims, each claim will be charged by the Indian Patent Office. So all that is there. So to get to know about all these things, it will be more easy if you go through some manuals that are available in the IPO website. Now, as academics, copyright is important. Not all of us academics go for copyrights, because when we do publication in journals, the journal publisher will take the copyright. That is why you are giving him the copyright form. You are saying that I have no more rights on this paper and the content of the paper. I give the rights to the publisher. Is it not? The copyright form is probably you might have read it. Okay, so the copyright with the publisher. Now, who publishes it? Okay, the copyright with the book publisher when you publish the book, and the publisher gives you an ISBN. As academics, we will be more happy when we get a paper published or a book published, but we do not much claim for copyright. Okay, but the book is in your name, the publisher will hold the copyright. Okay, so those are examples where the copyright is a legal. Now suppose I am taking the class in a different way, and I am speaking to you all in this manner, and I am saying I am saying that okay, fine, this is my copyright. No, I cannot say it is my copyright. Only if I record this in a CD or some other recording unit, and then I say that I have fixed it. I fixed my way of talking, my expression, the content, the knowledge with respect to patent and copyright. I have fixed it in something, then I can apply for a copyright. Okay. Even then, if my content is something which I have taken from some other material or some other source, then the copyright office will ask me, see, you are now talking about something which is already somebody has printed it there. Okay, so those things you have to anyhow, whatever notes that we prepare for classes, if it is each teacher takes class in a different way. Okay, for example, if I'm taking spectroscopy, of course the base theoretical matter is there, but the way that I convey to the students and then I give examples, then I prepare a manual of it. That manual of spectroscopy, I can claim for copyright. I have to apply to a office in Delhi, pay some 5,000 rupees charge, and then get a copyright. Now, when will this copyright be useful for you? Copyright will be useful for academics to check if somebody is making some business out of your material. As long as that particular manual or educational material or resource material is used for educational purposes, no problem. Okay, nobody is having a issue out of it. But if somebody sees that Ilayaraja's songs are taken by somebody, they are making a CD or in a YouTube, they are without any permission, without citing Ilayaraja's name there, if they are making money, then Ilayaraja will have a legal suit on that particular person. If economical aspects are involved, then you can use your copyright. It's your legal right to fight for it and stop them from making money out of it. Only there your copyright will be useful. Mostly for publications and books, we authors don't hold but the publisher. Similarly for music, the lyrics will be by the person who writes the poem or the song. Okay, the music composer for the music, both together, from the lyricist as well as the composer, the music director will take the patent or copyright for both of them by giving them money. So a song the copyright will be with the music director. Okay, but he will already pay the person who wrote the poem or the song and the person who composed it. So if you want to have something as your copyright, it is some right only. Okay, not much commercial use it is, but somebody is doing some commercial business out of that, then you can make a legal, you can file a case on them and stop them. Okay, so copyright is a legal means of protecting the author's work. Now there are varieties of copyrights. Of course, I just showed in the particular slide. It should relate to the original. Okay, it should be your original. not a copied version of somebody else's expression. Okay, it's a proprietary right, belongs to you. Okay, when does copyright exist? Even if I submit to the copyright office or not, as soon as your work is created, their copyright exists. But if you don't claim for copyright, then if a legal issue comes, you cannot act on it. That is important. If I prepare something, I write something, it is my copyright. Okay, in my own in pen and paper, I write my own thoughts. If I write, then itself it is exists. The copyright exists, but you can't claim unless you file it in the copyright office. Okay, file for the right. How long the copyright will exist? In the case of literary, dramatic, musical, and artistic work, 60 years from the death of the author. In the case of literary, dramatic, musical, and art, and 60 years after publication of photograph, film. So some you can take it as 60 years. Okay, and for patent it is 20 years. With few things I will stop here. Okay, the three elements of copyright are more important. One is fixation, as I said, fixation, expression, and originality should be there. Fixation means an idea that has to be locked. Okay, for example, if I am singing now, if there is a reality show, somebody is singing and dancing beautifully, okay, we are seeing that particular person can't claim any copyright unless that is recorded. So all reality shows are recorded, and the TV the TV person will hold the copyright. Okay, a live performance of a song will not be protected as a copyright, but it has to be recorded as a CD or a tape or onto some form. That is fixation. Okay, of course, once you do this, the song has to be expressed, then only it can be fixed. So fixation and expression of the particular idea or the particular copyrighted material go together. Okay, originality. The three elements of copyright are fixation, expression, and originality. And originality means the creative work must meet a basic level of originality of the particular author. Okay, so direct copies of someone else's work cannot be copyrighted, and you can't make business out of it. Okay, so there are a variety of works for which you can take copyright, like literary work, novels, poems, books. Okay, your paperwork. Okay, dramatic work can be copyrighted. Artwork, sculptures. Okay, all paintings, the sand paintings and everything. If they take a photograph, and that's copyright for them. Okay, sound recordings, music. Okay, movies have, of course, all this we know. I told you about musical work. Okay, so these are who will be the author of a particular work, who will be the copyright owner. Okay, so this slide says them. For the musical work, you have the composer. For a cinematograph film, the producer holds the copyright. For sound recording, the producer holds. For a photograph, the photographer holds the copyright. Computer generated work, the person who causes the work to be created, that's computer generated work. And in case of the dramas, the script writer, the writer is the copyright owner. Okay, what cannot be copyrighted also is there. Okay, simple ideas, slogans, all that cannot be copyrighted. So this can be for your information. Again, work not available in tangible form. Works not available in tangible form. That is also there. Ideas cannot be copyrighted. So there is a Copyright Act of India of 1957. Okay, there is a procedure for applying, and of course these are all descriptive ones. Once you go into the website of the Copyright Office, you can know about all these things. Okay. This is the office of Copyright Office of India, the Registrar of Copyrights. It is in Delhi. Okay, so all in the website you can know about it. Okay, so if there are any doubts, you can ask me. Right, much about patents, all those norms, forms, I did not concentrate much on it. It is there in the website. Okay, the IPO website. Okay. apart from that, there are trademarks. Now, one thing I wanted to show is this cell phone. If you will appreciate the cell phone earlier version, the working of the cell phone and the mechanism of the working can be asked for a patent. Okay, the shape of it is can get a design patent. Okay, the name that is there, the Samsung, it's the trademark. Okay, a manual that they give along with the cell phone is the copyright of that particular Samsung. Okay, so this is important. Of course, there are other instruments. I'm not concentrating on the other instruments of IPR, like geographical indicators. Okay, other things we can have some other time I can talk to you. Okay, if there are any questions, I will be happy to share whatever that I know. Okay, right.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for briefing us in detail about the patents and copyright. The session is now open for questions. Participants can clarify their doubts.
Yeah, this slide shows the various websites related to patent. Okay, you can just a screenshot. Okay, so now that's for an awareness. You might speak, but there are not many experts are there, and once you have an idea, I want to always tell you that not always ideas can be taken to patent, and not always patents are useful. Academically, it is useful. A patent application claims around 19 points in the NAC. I know that. Of course, patent also claims an equal 20 points, 19, 20 points. That is there. But what if you have an idea, you are converting to a gadget, it is not getting a patent, well and good. But if your product is a cheaper product, then the community will benefit. Still, you go ahead with the manufacturing of that particular invention, okay, and you can become an entrepreneur. You can also help the community. Many times in villages, innovations are done, okay. Well, in a different PPT, there I had some examples. Those which happen in the remote areas of our country, in everywhere, those innovations which are easily converted to small inventions by a person, even he may not be educated at all, but for need's sake, for the sake of, he wants to take sometimes he wants to take water from a well, okay, they will use the cycle to pedal the cycle and run a motor so that water comes out of the well into the land. Some small innovations are done. Such innovations are called grassroots innovations. Nowadays, grassroots innovations are very important for development of India. It increases the economic status of the whoever is in the villages. Sometimes their economic status will be very less. They might not have good jobs. They may be attached with agriculture only. But if such an invention is done, a particular farmer can make a particular invention. He can also sell to other farmers, and his economy will grow. So grassroots innovations are important. Whatsoever, as academics, students should develop the habit of scientific bent of mind, where for everything that you observe, like why it happens, what happens, why it happens, and how it happens. Anything small in daily life also. If you keep thinking on that, okay, and if you are getting good ideas, you can record it, okay, in your private diary. And if there is visibility, now innovation cells are there, national foundations, IPR facilitation centers are there, innovation cells are there. Okay, in our university also we have Avinashilingam Innovation and Incubation Center. Please visit our website, okay, and under research on the website you will be having this AIIC, where our students' products are, they are entrepreneurs, our students. One person is doing from copper, she is doing beautiful chains and bracelets, okay, and she's selling them each at 250 rupees or to 900 rupees. She's an entrepreneur. If you cannot get a patent, you can become an entrepreneur also. That is more important, okay. So please note down these, and I'm sorry if I have made some justice out of it. I hope you can take off from this if you want to pursue something on patents, okay. Thank you very much, the organizers, once again.
If any questions are there, I will be able to share. If I know a particular aspect, I can share with you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, I guess there aren't any questions, ma'am. Thank you so much for guiding us, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
I stopped. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Oh, I will sign off, Dr. Mani. Can I sign off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Our last resource person on the first day of the 6-day training program is Mrs. J. Geeta. Ma'am will be annotating us on plagiarism checking in research. I call upon Ms. Preetika to introduce our resource person. Preetika?
Yes, Akka, I'm here. Yes. After completing 3 informative sessions, we are entering to the 4th and the last interesting session for today. It's my honor to introduce Mrs. J. Geeta Ma'am, Information Scientist, Avinashilingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women. She has 17 plus years of experience in this field and specialized in library automation, digitization, and online resources. She has been a resource person for several training programs from different institutes and organizations. We are grateful to acquire knowledge about plagiarism checking in research. From you, ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction. I'm happy to be a part in the 6-day online training program on environmental science, sustainability and research ethics. So this presentation, I think, will help you to understand the most significant and important topic, that is plagiarism checking in research. I hope you, from the morning, you were having various sessions which have given you an introduction on plagiarism and copyright and various aspects. So my session is going to tell about what plagiarism will have an effect in research. So if you are a research scholar or a postgraduate student or a research guide, or you might be a faculty who is aspiring to publish a research paper, you might come across the question, what is plagiarism in academic or research publication? So you will always want and wish there should be a quality and originality in your research, and this comes from a good publication. So this presentation will give you an idea about plagiarism in research. So I'll start sharing my screen now. So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So in today's session, we are going to deal with what is an academic integrity, publication misconduct, what are publication ethics, regulations on plagiarism, what is plagiarism, practices you should follow to avoid plagiarism, and how to avoid plagiarism, and what are the plagiarism prevention checklist. So to begin with, what is academic integrity? I hope you had from the morning a lot of session about academic integrity, research ethics and various topics. I'll just give a brief note on what is academic integrity, which is an essential part and foundation on ongoing viability of an academic community. And it has been defined as having an understanding of what it means to be truthful in the present economic environment. And it is the base of an academic success. So higher education has always taken academic integrity extremely serious and has made efforts to make members to act in an ethical manner both in research and teaching. So as a research guide and scholars play a major role in the process of building and upholding the academic integrity in the higher education. So academic work in university depends on having academic integrity as one of the core values for both the faculty and student community. So research or any kind of academic work is actually grounded in an existing body of knowledge. Actually, we have a background knowledge. Based on that, we are going to develop our research. So Plagiarism occurs when we knowingly or unknowingly fail to do this, and in the process end up using someone else's idea without proper acknowledgement. So this is what a plagiarism comes to play. So all the work produced must therefore acknowledge the various sources from which the concepts and data have been sourced from, as to give credit to the author. So in academics, plagiarism is considered as the greatest moral offense that anybody can commit, either intentionally or unintentionally. The easy access to online resources available and information like online books and libraries is playing an added role to enhancing the plagiarism. These days, it is imperative for every person sharing or presenting his thoughts and ideas in written form or a speech get known about the fact plagiarism. So plagiarism misconduct. So I'll just brief you some few cases where plagiarism has caused a major damage to the reputation of the persons. So one of the widespread form of corruption nowadays has become a plagiarism. I'll show a few cases where the plagiarism has given a serious offense. See, we have in Professor P. Chiranjeevi from Sri Venkateswara University has published more than 70 papers which was found to be plagiarized, and he was banned for being a research guide for in the university. So another case was Kavya Vishwanathan, who was given a depth novel, and when it was found that she has taken the novel from another person's work without proper acknowledgement, and her career was ended with her new contracts for few other books were also called off, and her movies which was made were also cancelled. These are the few cases where when a plagiarism becomes severe, the career or the profession of a person and the name of the reputation might get spoiled. In another case is Professor Rajput, where he has plagiarized. He is a famous physicist, and he has copied from. It has been found that he has copied from various sources. And when he was a vice chancellor of Kuman University, it was found he has caused plagiarized contents, and on investigation, he has to resign from his post. And these are the few cases where the plagiarism has created a massive problem for the reputation of the great personalities. So what is the publication is ethics. So society expects new knowledge to be created by researchers, but too often plagiarizes old findings rather than the new ones. So research integrity, which includes values of honesty, trust, respect, fairness, and responsibility. So plagiarism is one of the most important breaches of research integrity, as it undermines the original and honest contribution to the existing body of knowledge. So plagiarized publication do not add any scientific value of the materials published. They just merely increase the quantum of publications and without justification and gain and undeserved benefit to authors. So academic plagiarism is on the rise for the lack of oversight or lack of proper training for scientists and lack of statutory effective regulatory body. So plagiarism law. Actually, in India, the copyright of 1950s, and which Subhashini ma'am was already telling, it protects the original literacy, dramatic, musical, and artistic works and cinematography, films, and sound recordings from unauthorized users. So in various countries, they have their own law to protect the materials published by the authors and contributors. So that was a general law on plagiarism. The UGC has also framed another law for the academic purpose in UGC Academic Integrity and Prevention Plagiarism in Higher Education Regulation 2018. I think you can see that in internet also, which is available in the regulation. So in the regulation, it defines a small amount of plagiarism, that is up to 10% for a thesis, articles, books, research paper, or other document is acceptable. You can see the rules also there in the website, available in the website. So the regulation also requires universities to create academic integrity panel at the department level to investigate any allegations of plagiarism, and an institutional-wide panel to review every decision and handle any appeals. So I think all the universities will be having two panels: academic integrity panel, and which is at the department level, and institutional-wide panel to decide upon the the plagiarism factor. So this committees will decide the plagiarism breaches if anything in the universities. Similarly, for your research publications, there is a committee called Committee on Publication Codes, which in the morning Dr. Sudha Ramalingam Madam was telling, which the committee decides the plagiarism level and the breaches, if anything is made in your research publications, that is in your journal articles and other things. This is for departmental level, university level publication. For students is maintained using this UGC rules. So according to this rule, up to 10% similarity of your work, either it may be thesis or dissertation, it is acceptable. When your similarity percentage goes to 10 to 40, the students need to revise the script and submit it before 6 months. And when it is 40 to 60, the student shall be debarred from submitting a revised script for 1 year. When similarity goes up to above 60%, such students' registration will be cancelled. So this is for thesis and dissertation. So actually we also follow this. We do accept the thesis with a similarity of 10% only. So I think all the universities follow this, and penalties in case of plagiarism in academic and research publication. So similarities up to 10%, there is no penalties. Similarities to 10 to 40% to withdraw the manuscript. 40 to 60 to withdraw the manuscript, and shall be done. This is for faculty members and scholars working under them. These are the rules which you can see in the website of UGC also, where it clearly mentioned what is acceptable and which is not acceptable, what is the limitation to which percentage it is accepted. So now coming to what is plagiarism. So this, I think most of you know about this, the plagiarism, the term, because this is the term which all of them are coming through when they are going for a publication or your work. So to use the words or ideas of another person as if they were your own words or ideas, or to use another person's production without acknowledging its source, or to present as new and original an idea or a product derived from an existing source. So this is according to the Webster's dictionary. So when you copy and try to paste a work without proper acknowledgement, then it comes a plagiarism. So in other words, stealing information or ideas, tables, figures, illustrations, etc. are called plagiarism. So we know that plagiarism has serious consequences, because we saw some cases where the consequences was faced by some persons. So avoiding plagiarism, how we can avoid plagiarism. So we'll see a few steps how we can avoid plagiarism. So when you write an academic paper, you build upon the work of others and use various sources of information and evidence. To avoid plagiarism, you need to correctly incorporate these sources into your text. So practices to avoid plagiarism. First, you need to understand what is a plagiarism. Second thing, you need to manage effective time management, how you are going to handle your work given to you in a proper time, and developing good research skill. These are the three key points which you need to know when you want, which you need to practice when you start working it to avoid plagiarism. First one is understanding plagiarism. So as we saw, there are plagiarism. There are various types of plagiarism. I just copy an entire work from one person and I just paste in my work. Then it is called a complete plagiarism. Paraphrasing plagiarism. When I take a content from one particular work and I try to rephrase this work and put it in my work without proper acknowledgement, citing the person, then it is called paraphrasing plagiarism. Verbatim plagiarism. When you copy and paste certain content from one particular publication and paste it, then it calls verbatim plagiarism. Mosaic or patchwork plagiarism. When you try to copy and paste from one or three documents, some text. See, so for example, I'm taking 10 documents for my reference. I copy and paste each 4 to 5 lines from each document and put it as a single document and submit. Then there comes the verbatim plagiarism. self-plagiarism. See, I'm publishing some work and I'm just using the same work in my another publication. And if I'm not citing my work, then it comes as self-plagiarism. Accidental plagiarism. So unknowingly or without careless documentation, when I'm doing it, then it calls accidental plagiarism. So quoting excessively also causes accidental plagiarism. See, whenever there are some thesis submission, actually in library we handle plagiarism checking for thesis and articles. We see some papers with a lot of quotation marks to avoid plagiarism. See, for example, we are submitting all the theses what we get to library or to the Shodhganga repository, institutional repository. I think you might be knowing about Shodhganga, which is a repository of Indian theses, reservoir of Indian theses, where any institution or any university, if a thesis is submitted to the Indian universities, it gets uploaded in Shodhganga. So after checking a thesis, and if the percentage is below 10 only, we accept the thesis, and that thesis is uploaded in Shodhganga website. In case if you're using more double quotation to avoid your plagiarism percentage, and when you remove and submit for Shodhganga in future, you might be also caught if they are checking the thesis again. See, there are chances like when you submit your thesis, they may check it once again also. So in that case, we also see there are some cases where students use white quotes. That is, they put quotation and they just change the font size to the color to white. So in that case, the quotation might not be visible, and in some case, they add some ghost characters. They just add one small character at the end of each and every word, and they hide that character. We see number of cases where they try to reduce the plagiarism using different methods, which is not ethical. In that case, we try to limit the paper and we try to get it in a correct format and submit. In case if there are some papers if like submitted in that way, you might be caught escaping today. In future, you might be get caught if you use these types of mishandling. Okay. So next is effective time management. So good research takes time, as do strong writing and effective sources. So every task has a timeline, due date, and deadline. So note these dates and allocate time and follow schedule accordingly. See, we need to give proper time for collecting information, reading and taking notes, drawing an outline, preparing a rough draft, final draft, and extra time for last minute changes. So all these things, keeping it all in the mind, you need to give correct exam timing for your research, because when you're in a hurry, you cannot complete it. So we try to just copy and paste. So this might be a chance where you can get caught using by plagiarism. So start writing your article early to get ample time. So good research, I think all of them will take time. So as do strong writing and effective sourcing. Always give enough time. Avoid postponing on writing assignment, which will add stress to your projects when the deadline approaches. So give yourself as much time to consult variety of sources, read them well, understand, and feature them in your work responsibly. So develop good research skill. So always you use libraries and web-based resources to search for your information for your research. Identify scholarly resources. That is, we have access to number of online resources, online books available. We have data abstracting databases, indexing databases are available. Use all those. Just using Google and searching will not give you any credible source. In some case, you might be getting some sources which might not be credible. So that you should not use for your research. Always use only the credible source and scholarly communication collections. So evaluate and select the right source of information. and organize the collected information sources. Organizing is very important because we get number of references in internet, we just collect and store it in our desktop, and we whenever we require, we just copy and paste the required information, and we forget from which source it is being copied. Always use reference management tools like Mendeley or Zotero or EndNote, which will help you for for storing the data and importing the reference automatically. So read and take proper notes of content and source. Use right tools like databases or citation styles and softwares to do your research in a effective way. So, what are the reasons for plagiarism? One is lack of awareness. We're not sure which contributes plagiarism, and we don't know how to cite it incorrectly. Simply not knowing what constitute plagiarism, or lack of confidence in own ideas or idea, because we are in the last stage of assignment, we need to submit. This terminology is new to us. So what we do, we just search something, we just copy and paste, and we submit. This will all create a plagiarism. So always you take time for your research, and you complete it, unaware of citation styles and lack of knowledge on ethics or poor academic writing skills. These are the various reasons why we go for plagiarism. So how to avoid plagiarism? That was the various steps which we need to follow when we in a regular manner to avoid plagiarism. Now, how to avoid plagiarism? One is keep track of sources you consult in your research. So keeping track of what are the sources you consult for your research. Paraphrase or quote from your sources and add your own ideas. Always, whenever you take something for your reference, don't try to put in the same manner whatever you take. You just try to read the paragraph, understand, and write it in your own way. Credit the original author and in an in-text citation or in a reference list, and use a plagiarism checker before you submit. First, keep track of your sources. So before writing and organize your sources, avoiding plagiarism is easier if you carefully keep track of your sources from the beginning of your research. Get organized. One of the most ways the people commit plagiarism is by simply forgetting where an idea came from and unintentionally presenting it as their own. And you can easily avoid this pitfall by keeping your notes organized and compiling a list of citation as you go. Clearly label which thoughts are yours and which aren't yours from the beginning itself. You just try to highlight this was the content copied from this particular source, so that it will be easier for you to finish it at the end. Highlight statements that need citation and carefully mark any text copied directly from a source with quotation marks. Be sure to give yourself enough time to complete your assignment with sufficient attention to finding credible sources. Always this word credible sources is important. Make sure you write down the full details of every source you consult. That not only includes books and journal articles, but also like websites, magazines, articles, and video materials. This makes it easier to go back and check where you found a phrase, fact, or idea that you want to use in your paper. So these are some points which you can make note, so that at the end you cannot get confused. So whenever you refer any source, take the complete information of the source and you record it. Whenever you use in your article or in your thesis, from the beginning itself, you try to give different colors for each sources, so that at the end it will be easy for you to put the citation at the end. So make sure your sources are credible. So it is important to make sure your sources are credible, because credible sources is free from bias. In internet, anybody can put any word on their own. So even if I write any word, that will be just available online. That you cannot say it is free from any. It might not be a correct one. So always you try to see for a credible source which is free from bias and backed up with evidence. It is written by a trustworthy author or organization, and avoid vague terms or buzz terms or writing that is so emotive or subjective. Quote and paraphrase correctly. So if you want To share an idea or a piece of information from a source, you must either paraphrase or quote the original text and always cite the source. So quoting means when you're trying to say something what an author has given in the same format, so as you don't want to lose the exact meaning or the way the author has said, then you need to put the source in the same format and you're going to quote it. Paraphrasing, when you're reading one or two articles, you just get an idea and you present on your own voice. That is called paraphrasing. So in all the ways you cite the source. Make sure your argument shines through adding your own ideas, interpretations, and conclusions. In general, paraphrasing is better than quoting, especially for longer passages. It shows that you have fully understood the meaning of the original text and ensures that your own voice is dominant in your paper. So always, whenever you take to avoid plagiarism, also whenever you take any references, try to paraphrase it and give your in your format with proper citation. Then that will be better for you to at the end to reduce the plagiarism. So quoting means copying a piece of text word for word. The copied text must be introduced in your own words, must introduced in your own words enclosed in quotation marks and correctly attribute to the original author. In general, quote sparingly. Quotes are appropriate when you're using an exact definition introduced by the author. This is where when you have to use it quoting. It is impossible for you to rephrase the original text without losing its meaning. So in that case, you go for quoting the actual text. You want to maintain the authority and the style of the author's work. So these are the cases when you need to go for quoting. So as I said, the excessive quoting will also contribute to plagiarism. So quoting has to be done sparingly. So this is an example of quoting. Here is a text which is taken from a source and it has been quoted. Original text is quoted correctly. In both the ways you can quote. So avoiding plagiarism when paraphrasing. So as I said, paraphrasing means using your own words to explain something from a source. Paraphrase does not mean just switching out of word from a copied and paste text. Paraphrase properly, you should rewrite the author's point to show that you have fully understood it. This is where you need to use paraphrasing. So here is an example of a paraphrase text. So thus, when I have read the whole sentence, I have noted down the meaning, and after understanding the meaning, I have used without changing the meaning of the text paragraph. I have rephrased and given in paraphrased format. Cite your sources correctly. Every time you quote or paraphrase, you must include an in-text or a footnote citation clearly identifying the original author. Each citation must correspond to full reference in the reference list or bibliography at the end of your paper. So this helps the readers. At the end of your paper, you have to give your reference list. This helps the readers to locate the source for themselves. It would like to learn more. There are many different citation styles and each one have its own rule. A few of most of the common styles are APA, MLA in Chicago. There are various citation styles. Each journal follow different citation styles. So when it is properly cited, it is accepted. So this is an example of a APA style. It is in-text citation. It is being cited and at the end of the reference list, the particular author's full details is given. This is where a citation looks like. Double check your citation. If you're citing check your citation for errors like inconsistency between your in-text citation, your reference list, as well as making sure your citations are flawlessly formatted. So whenever you put your citations, you see to that it is correctly cited with your year, date, everything is properly cited both in the paragraph as well as the bottom reference list. So citing knowledge, when you need to cite and when you need not cite it. Cited when you need to cite words, ideas from a books, articles, movies, web page, lectures, letters. All these forms we need to cite. Words from an interviews conductor needs to be cited. diagrams, illustration, chart, pictures, and other materials needs to be cited. Any exact wording or a unique phrase you taken from anywhere other than your own mind, all those things needs to be cited. No citation is required. So we are writing information which is widely accessible or a common knowledge, you need not cite. Likely to be known by a lot of people, and like if first president of India or Indian population, whatever you're mentioning, need not cite. Found in a general reference sources such as dictionaries or encyclopedias, a general source which you're taking, you need not cite. So writing about your own experiences, insights, observation and thoughts, you need not cite. Your own results and experiments, whatever comes from your mind, you need not cite it. Common knowledge need not be cited. Well-known or well-accepted facts need not be cited. So these are the things we need not cite. See, these are some examples how a book needs to be cited, how an e-books need to be cited, how a journal articles need to be cited, newspapers and websites. So whenever we check a thesis, we usually don't check review of literature, as because review of literature will be mostly from the some others reference literature work. So that if we check review of literature, the percentage will be more, so we avoid checking review of literature. So check your work. Before submitting your paper, check it carefully for errors that might constitute accidental plagiarism. So common mistake which will include your forgotten or misplaced citation which is been not properly given, missing quotation mark, paraphrased materials that is too similar to the original text, sources missing from the reference list. These are the some things which you might miss out when you're writing a paper. So you're paraphrasing some material, but it is similar to that of original text. Then it has to be rephrased once again, or missing quotation marks. All these things you need to check once again. So here I have given one passage. Is it plagiarized? Yes, is because the citation is not given at the end of the text. So any text, if I taken from any document or any reference, I need to cite it. Only then it is not plagiarized. So always run through a plagiarism checking. I think all of you will be knowing there are various online tools available for checking plagiarism, either free or commercial. So we have subscription to Turnitin software in our library, and also we have access to original software given by UGC. So we use both the software, one software for checking thesis and articles, and another software for checking regional languages. So original software is now able to check regional languages, Hindi, French or Tamil, that also it can check. So we use that software for checking regional languages, and we use Turnitin software for checking theses and research articles. So plagiarism checkers are used to detect potential plagiarism. So plagiarism checkers works by scanning your document and comparing it to a database of web pages. So each software actually gives different similarity in results, but UGC has made original software is acceptable in India for checking plagiarism thesis, and we actually subscribe to Turnitin also, because majority of publishers are using Turnitin software for publication of their article. So when we check it through our Turnitin software, when we go for a publication, it will be better for acceptance of the articles, and our thesis will be in a better standard. We use Turnitin software and we subscribe to that software. So this software is also available for checking for our students. So plagiarism checkers works by scanning a document and comparing to a database of web pages and publication, and highlight passages that it determines are similar to the other text. It always says similarity index. It doesn't say the plagiarized content. It says this content is similar to that content. In some cases, when you write also, the way of writing, few persons will be having the same style of writing. In that case, also similarity occurs, then we need to rephrase the sentence to avoid the similarities also. That will also happen in some cases. Also, we find that the scholars are coming at the end of their submission of thesis, or at the urge of submission of publication. So they find it very difficult to reduce the plagiarism percentage. So whenever you start writing, you start checking plagiarism from the manuscript initial stage itself, so that it will be better for you to reduce the percentage and you can submit at that time. So plagiarism should also be incorporated from the initial stage of writing itself. As soon as you complete chapter 1, you just send it and you can check it and you can reduce the percentage, so that it will be easy for you after completing your thesis. All the chapters are within the certain limitations, and when you combine and check, it comes in a less percentage. So when you say there are only 5 days are left, 10 days are left for submission, and come for checking plagiarism, it will be difficult for us also to reduce the percentage, and you will be you getting less time to work out on your paper. So consider using a plagiarism checker yourself before submitting your paper. This allows you to identify any parts where you have forgotten a citation. This also helps you. The plagiarism software also helps you in certain way. You might have forgotten to cite some work. Then this paper will say this or show wherever you have quoted anybody's work. It will show the percentage. I'll show you how the software will look like and how the report will look like then at the end of this presentation. And left out quotation marks also included a paraphrase that's too close to the original. Any errors you make, that will get highlighted in the plagiarism checking software. It helps you in another way also to find out the missing citations also. So then you can follow the above steps to fix the instances of plagiarism. These are some commercial plagiarism available. These are some free plagiarism software available. Always we recommend using only commercial softwares, because we cannot rely on free software how far it is correct. So here is an example of a paper which how it looks like. Here is a paper submitted to Turnitin software. This the left hand side you can see the original paper which is submitted, and the right hand side it shows the similarity percentage. This paper it shows 23% it is plagiarized, and at the bottom a different reference list from where are the sources this particular paper has been taken. I'll show that in the screen also. This is how a report looks like, a plagiarism report. When it is submitted to a software, here is how a report looks like. And when a paper is submitted, it shows like this. This is the paper submitted in a Turnitin software. You can see the list here. The number 17 tells you this document is 17% plagiarized, and you can see a list of references. These are the references. This paper says in this 17%, 2% of document is taken from this particular source, 1% from this particular source. Here you can see list of references less than 1% also. So if I want to see from this source what are the content taken, just click this source. It will show you, and when you double click it, you can see the full text of the content also where you have taken. So in case if you have forgotten quoting that particular material, or you have not paraphrased it properly, by noting down the results of this feedback studio also, you could able to incorporate the results. So actually when you download, we get a report, and we just forward this report to the students for correction. This is how a report looks like. So that is the report. So how a plagiarism report looks like, and what are the plagiarism prevention checklists. So now comes what after knowing what is a plagiarism, and how a paper can be checked for a plagiarism, and what are the steps you need to follow to avoid plagiarism, and what are different type of plagiarism. What are the plagiarism prevention checklists? Use this checklist to make sure your writing is free from plagiarism. When using someone else's exact words, I have properly formatted them and as quoted. This is the first point we need to know. When using someone else's idea, I have properly paraphrased the existing idea completely in my own words. Next, I have included an in-text citation every time I use words, ideas, or information from a source. Every source I cited is included in my reference list or bibliography. I have consistently followed the rules of the required citation styles. Whatever is style required, I have followed these rules. These are the main points which you can need to know to avoid plagiarism. So I have not committed self-plagiarism. My paper, whenever by reusing any part of my previous paper, I have used a reliable plagiarism checking for a final check. These are the points which we need to know and take a note whenever you check your paper for plagiarism. So, what are the further readings you need to know? Is the one is the UGC's rule, which I showed you now, which says the acceptable percentage limit and what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And UGC has also given the rules on self plagiarism. What is self plagiarism? How it can be avoided? That is also available online. And you need to know about the citation formats, the various citation formats, and we need to know about the reference management softwares also. There are various reference management software like mainly Zotero, EndNote are available, which helps you to collect all the information from the beginning itself. When you start your writing your research itself, kindly know about these softwares and try using these software from the initial point itself to make reference of your materials. And Shodhganga is also another website. You just know, see, I think most of you might be familiar with this website, where all the Indian university theses are uploaded in this website. So any thesis submitted to university will get uploaded in this website. You can see all universities' theses here. So our university is also uploading all the theses in Shodhganga. So any student, when completing a thesis, needs to submit his thesis to Shodhganga to get her degree completed. So these things you need to know: what is a Shodhganga and what are the reference management tools, and what are the plagiarism checking softwares available, what are the different citation databases available. So what is a Grammarly software? We have subscription to Grammarly software also. This actually is a grammatical writing software which helps you to make grammar corrections when you write thesis. See, when I'm writing a thesis, I'm not confident about the passive voice or active voice, or how the sentences can be rephrased. I need to check for the literature in my work. Then this software will help you. So we have subscription to this, and students are given login for checking the grammatical mistake. We have access to citation and abstracting database also. You need to know what this database is about. We have access to Scopus and Web of Science, the main prime databases, through which you can find out your articles relevant to your study, and also you can note down your citations, how it is being cited, and what are the various funding agencies on your subject field, what is the relevant topic, and which topic is cited more, or which document is good in your subject. All these things can be found using the citation abstracting databases. So thank you. That's all with my presentation. And
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you,
For
ma'am.
spending your
Ma'am,
valuable
you have
time.
certain questions in the chat box, ma'am.
yes.
Ma'am, you have few questions in the chat
Yes,
box, ma'am.
yes.
Okay.
How to reduce percentage when where self plagiarism paper is also used. In case of thesis, we actually exclude the papers whichever is self plagiarized. But in case of article publication, it depends upon the publication rules of the journals. Actually, whenever you make a publication, if it is unique from the previous one, then the self plagiarism, I think it might not contribute to much of the work. If any new additions, only we need to go for another publication. So self plagiarism in thesis can be avoided, but in publications you need to look for it. It's very why plagiarism reduction percentage vary from university? No, as of percentage, 10% is standard for all universities, because as per UGC norms, I have told you UGC has given a regulation 2018. It has given that the plagiarism of 10% is acceptable to all the universities. This applies to all the universities. So there is no difference for thesis submission for universities. I hope, can you tell about free available for us to check? Because free checking software, there are number of software available, but that cannot be relied on. If you are our institute, if you are in a university, then I can say Grammarly also give a complimentary access of plagiarism checking, but that to a certain extent, not to full extent. Whenever you go, you need to check plagiarism in a proper way. You need to go only with the commercial softwares, free softwares. I cannot, or we cannot rely on, because the database what the free softwares has might be less. So when you check with that, there might be 10%, but when you come for commercial software, there will be 40. So you need to work more when you go for commercial softwares only. If it is free software, then the time is waste for you to check in that software and come back to this. Just to stitch in times. When we have to use a stitch in time saves 9. I could not get you. So we will use it like it only. Is it also plagiarized? I could not understand. So we will use it like it only. Is it also plagiarized? I could not get you.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, I just want to ask, like I wrote there, that a stitch in time saves 9. So we will use that phrase only in that manner only.
That you
so
can quote it. No, when it is a global terminology, where you given, when it is a global terminology, you need not give anything. It will not contribute to plagiarism.
It is not plagiarized. No?
We have to use a stitch in time saves 9. Okay, you want to use that terminology.
If we want to use that somewhere, so we will use it as it is, no?
That's what, whenever it is a global term or whenever it is known fact, you need not quote or you need not cite it. It will not contribute to plagiarism. When it is not a global terminology, then only you need to quote and cite it. Only then it contributes to plagiarism.
Okay. I also want to ask one more question, ma'am. That nowadays textbooks are being used in colleges. And that textbooks are directly taken from the net only. Everything, whatever is written in the textbook, it is directly taken from the net.
Yes.
And no quotation is there that from which website it is being taken or who has written that. Nothing is there. So it is totally plagiarized only.
Yes. When it is not quoted, yes. Yes, ma'am, complete.
It is, but it is not legally correct, ma'am.
Yes, it is not legally correct. They need to quote the author, and they need to quote the books from where even when they take from internet, they need to find out the proper source where the data comes from. Without that, then they cannot write the data. No, they need to know the credibility from where the particular source comes from.
Exactly.
Only then it will be a correct one to quote it.
So, ma'am, can we legally take them to, means we can put case on them that it is not legally correct?
Putting case.
Legally as well as morally, madam, it is not correct.
No, it is not correct, but putting a case for not quoting a textbook, no, we can say it is a plagiarized content. That's yes, it is a plagiarized content that author can claim. The author of the book, whoever wrote that book, can claim that his document is used by this particular person without proper citing. That can be done, but that needs to be claimed by the author of the book.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers for giving the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable time and sharing us the insights about plagiarism and also for clarifying our participants' doubt. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Feedback link has been posted. I request all the participants to kindly fill it. Thank you. So we have came to the end of our first day UGC Stride sponsored 6 days online training program on environmental sustainability and research ethics. Today from morning we had 4 sessions. First session was by Dr. Pon Murugan, who addressed us on patent drafting and filing procedures in India and abroad. Second session was by Dr. Sudha Ramalingam ma'am, who addressed us on basics of research ethics. Third session was by Dr. Subhashini K. Shripati ma'am, who gave an insight about patents and copyrights. And last session was by our Mrs. J. Geeta ma'am, who annotated us about plagiarism checking in research. So thus we have come to the end of our first day. We believe that today's program was up to your expectation and hope that the upcoming days will also be. On behalf of the organizing team, I thank all our participants for your kind cooperation in making the first day of the 6-day online training program a great success. Let us meet again tomorrow at the same platform with the same link at 10:15 a.m. for another fruitful day. Thank you all.